Chapter 371. It was another sunny day. Today, more people came to between the clouds and the water than before. Some people who thought they were talented all came here to participate in the competition. The original rule of the competition was for the students who had failed to qualify to participate. However, after some people heard about this, they went to Shueyun Club. No one knew who they were looking for, but they randomly pulled a worker over and said that they wanted to participate. They were even willing to fork out some money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took it seriously. It didn't matter if the people came to take the money or not. As long as they participated in this competition, people like them would definitely not come alone. Rich people were very likely to be able to call friends. In order to attract more people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed for a while and decided to increase the prize money for winning the competition by a large margin. Winning in a group would get 2 strings of coins per person, and based on the individual ranking, the first place would get 100 strings of coins and 2 sets of the 4 treasures of the study. In order to let more people have time to come, the competition was delayed for another 10 days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back home and arranged for the coal mine. They let their father collect money. 1 copper coin per ton of coal, and they also gave the village 1 copper coin. The village would have to pay another tax. This way, the yamen would have more money. A ton of coal was 2,000 caddies. It was not much when piled up on the ground. A stone of rice was about 100 caddies. A stone of coal could be filled with 160 to 70 caddies. Because of the density, if it was only filled with coal, it would be more. Roughly, a ton of coal would cost more than 20 copper coins. This price was not low, but now, each place was in charge of some resources, including salt. If they thought it was not worth it, then don't pick it. When the time came, when the pressure was too much, they could bargain and do a favor. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that the current price of coal was very low compared to when he and Wang Wan came. Zhang Xiaobao prepared to earn 7 to 8 copper coins for a ton of coal. He deliberately set the price of 20 copper coins to give people a chance to bargain. No matter who wanted the coal, they would have to find someone with enough coal. Those below the 5th rank could not even think about it. These officials came to ask for favors, so naturally, they had to do a favor. Even if half of them were willing to return the favor, it would be easier for his father in the future. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to Zhuangzi again. The competition started at noon today. People came and went, and it was very lively here. The restaurants between the clouds and the water were all occupied. Some smart people actually spent money to occupy a few and then sold them to others. When Zhang Xiaobao heard about this, he just smiled. Scalpers existed at any time. Those courtyards that were suitable for people to live in were not empty. Some people could not find a place to live, so they could only go to the nearest Zhuangzi. The villagers had houses, but it was a pity that the villagers in Gujia village had not built houses yet. The houses were crowded, and only 1 or 2 were available, which was far from enough to meet the demand. This was Xiaobao's idea. He did it on purpose. Every day, the competition would start at noon. After lunch, they would be able to go and watch the competition. Furthermore, the competition was divided into the preliminaries and the finals. There were 4 competitions, which added up to 20 days. Those who participated in the competition did not have to worry. There was free food and a place to rest. As for those who wanted to watch the fun, those who had money could stay from the beginning to the end. Those who did not have money could only watch according to the competition, especially those who were close to it. Grandpa Bai, did you see that? Our culture is flourishing. From today on, the academy will become famous. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, the old man, Luer and Xen Air were all on the roof of between the clouds and the water. Looking at the people coming and going, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said loudly. The old man naturally would not be fooled so easily. He looked at the people below and said, "Our culture is flourishing too. How much did your family earn this time?" The restaurants and accommodation are all full. Many people have no place to stay. Tell me, how much did you earn from the advertisements? You put up flags and put up banners. Grandpa Bai, you've wronged us. We don't earn much from advertisements. Look at the advertisement for Purple Bamboo Pavilion. They have the most and biggest flags, and the banner is placed in the most obvious position. It's about the same for the Four Directions Clothing Company's advertisement. My family even used boats to advertise for the meat and grain companies. We only took 100 strings of cash from each of these places, which is just enough to make the advertisements. The rest is for the labor. We did not take any money from the advertisements. How can we make any money? Zhang Xiaobao said to the old man with a wronged expression. The old man did not know about this matter. He asked Zhang Xiaobao in confusion, "Why did you not take money? Do you want to do something good?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "Who wants to do something good? It's all for you, Grandpa Bai. You are now the dean of Jianjia Academy. Look, there are so many people here. Won't you take in 300 to 500 students? My family is afraid that after you take in so many students, we will not have enough money to make clothes and food. We can't even afford the mung bean soup and charcoal in winter. What will happen to the academy then? We can only ask for less advertising money and let them take out half a year's worth of necessities for the academy. For example, the 4 treasures of the study will be taken care of by Purple Bamboo Pavilion. For example, the meat store will send fresh meat every day. For example, the clothing store. They are responsible for making clothes, aren't they? The necessities are enough for the academy, and we can't ask for money. All of it will be included in the advertising fee. That is to say, half a year's worth of necessities for the academy will be settled by this advertisement. You don't need to spend any money. After half a year, you can compare with other places. In only 20 days, you can earn half a year's worth of necessities for the academy. Your family is really good at making money. It seems that your father should work in the Ministry of Revenue. The old man did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish and continued his word. At first, he was thinking about how much money the Zhang family would spend on the academy. Now he did not need to worry about that. The Zhang family had their own way of making money. Zhang Xiaobao nodded embarrassedly and explained, "Grandpa Bai, you can't say that. In fact, we don't need them to provide the necessities. We can just use the advertising fee. The main thing is that every time we buy, we have to negotiate the price. The price of the meat is not fixed. That is to say, my family is using the advertising fee to buy the necessities in advance instead of getting the necessities for free. If my family received the money in one go, we could use it to make more money. We are just afraid that they can't pay in one go, so we use the method of paying in installments. The necessities of the academy will be paid by my family." The old man thought about it and agreed. However, he was interested in paying in installments. He asked, "Can other things be done in installments?" "Yes, but not now. Flying money is only used for bulk transactions. There are also pawn shops and loan sharks. Their original profits are high, so they don't need to pay in installments. Some loan sharks are actually using installments to collect money. Every time a certain period comes and the family can't pay back the money, they will give a portion of the money first. Speaking of responsibility, I don't really understand either. I'll tell Grandpa Bai when I learn." Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to mention the matter of the bank. He did not work in the bank, but he knew the internal situation. He had to use it in the past, but he suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to say it now. His family could not gain much from it, and it could easily affect the interests of others, so he had to stop. The old man did not continue to ask this time. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew so much. It was impossible for them to know more. It depended on what the Zhang family taught them. They continued to watch from the rooftop. The old man was deeply impressed by the Zhang family's way of making money. Every day it would start after noon. Naturally, there would be nothing in the morning. It was impossible for people to stay in their places and not move, not to mention that the scenery here was so good. Renting a boat to play in the water for a while or going to the mountains to take a look, and buy some things along the way could let the Zhang family earn a lot of money. There was also the market, which usually started in the afternoon. Since there were more people coming, there were people setting up stalls in the morning before dawn. There was also the grocery store. No one knew where it got so many goods, but it was also on display. Naturally, the people who came here to play would not be like ordinary people, exchanging things for things. They could only buy things with money, especially some exquisite trinkets. They were all collected. When they were collected, they were cheap. Now that they were sold, the price could be doubled. With all kinds of snacks and ice money, the Zhang family would probably earn a few thousand strings of coins in 20 days, maybe even more. There were crosstalk and skits at night. If they wanted to watch them, they would have to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao was also calculating how much money they could earn. After he calculated, it was more than what the old man thought. These days, he transferred a lot of medicine from other places. He also asked someone to go to the hospital to find a doctor. The doctor would be here in a while. When the doctor came, he would examine the people who came here for free. If they were in good health, he would recommend health supplements to them first, including food therapy. If they were not in good health, he would treat them directly. It was just right that they could stay here for 20 days. The diagnosis was free, but they would have to pay to buy the medicine. The restaurant could also directly promote a few kinds of medicinal cuisine. Those who did not have much money would drink the medicine directly, while those who had more money would eat the medicinal cuisine. The medicine was bad, but the medicinal cuisine was not bad. In this way, plus the health supplements they bought before leaving, they would probably still have a few thousand strings of coins left after giving some money to Li Sun and Zhuangzi of the Go family. Xiao Bao, do you think your family's method of earning money can be used elsewhere? The old man felt that if it was possible, he should let people try it elsewhere. The businessmen had money in their hand. If he did not earn from them, who would he earn from? In particular, he could let the imperial court do this. When the imperial court had more money, he could do something. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. As long as you choose the right place and make the necessary preparations, it can be used with a little modification. In a few days we will also do it in Huayuan County. However, it will not be a matter of the student. We won't be able to earn too much, but there will be a lot of benefits. What are you doing? The old man asked curiously. It's a medical competition. It's best to let some medical doctors from Beijing participate, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 372. Afternoon, the competition began. Everyone was looking forward to it. Both the original students and those who joined later were slightly nervous. Some people even felt more nervous than during the imperial examinations. There were too many people watching. After their identities were verified, they took their competition numbers and walked into the academy. The academy was a one-story building, but it occupied a large area. There were even some fertile fields. The Yamen had made fake land deeds for them. While the others went in, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got a boat and floated on the lake. The two of them did not want to see others compose poems. This kind of impromptu poem with a proposition was rarely outstanding. They did not want to suffer. The old man went over. He still had to see who could enter the academy. Lu'er and Xian Er were also brought along by the old man. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to the lake to play and see how the competition was going. If there was nothing else, the two of them would return to Huayuan County early the next morning. The construction there was one after another. The two of them were afraid that their father would be too busy and had to go back to help. Looking at the water, I want to jump in and float there instead of sitting on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes and looked at the sunlight reflecting on the water. He felt stuffy and hot. It would be very comfortable to swim in the water. Wang Wan didn't feel anything at first, But after hearing what Zhang Xiaobao said, she started to feel hot. There was a shelter on the boat that the two of them were rowing. It blocked most of the sunlight, but the wind that blew was not as cool as the surface of the lake. It was also hot and stuffy. Xiaobao stopped talking. Why don't we go back to Zhuangzi? There's a swimming pool there. We can swim there for a while and then sleep. Wang Wan reached into the water and paddled a few times. This time, she finally felt cool. Okay. The two of them were playing on the lake when waves of shouts came from the direction of the academy. They did not know how many people were shouting, but they could hear it from so far away. Forget it. Let's go back to Zhuangzi. There are movements here too. Zhang Xiaobao had been rowing for less than an hour when he heard the cheers from time to time. He was a little annoyed, mainly because the weather was too hot, making it difficult for him to calm down. The two of them rowed the boat to the dock between the clouds and the water, and together they walked towards Zhuangzi. The main courtyard there was not abandoned, and there were still people there to clean it. As they walked along the road, they saw the villagers walking in a hurry, and they quickly left after greeting them. Xiaobao, it seems that the farmers have earned quite a bit of money this time. They are all two-story houses and there are quite a few rooms. Renting out a room for 10 copper coins a day is not much. I can smell the strong smell of stewed chicken. Did the farmers decide to stew chicken for their people at noon? After all, there are so many poultry here. Wang Wan sniffed twice and said. Zhang Xiaobao also smelled the strong smell. If only one family cooked it, it would not have been able to survive for so long after eating. He smiled and said, It seems that the farmers want to deal with some of the chickens. Stewing chicken every day for 20 days. I don't know if those people will get sick from eating it. It's scary just thinking about it. Wang Wan thought of the situation of eating chicken every day, covered her mouth and laughed softly. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, The chickens we raise here are sold in different parts except for laying eggs. Although the price is not cheap, we can't make them into finished products and sell them to make money. Why don't we think of a way? Think of what? Roast chicken? That's fine, but we need to have a market first. Otherwise, if no one buys the roast chicken, it will be ruined at home. Who likes to eat roast chicken? It's best if it can be preserved for a longer time. Without vacuum equipment, it won't work even if we freeze it. In the past, when the chickens were big, we could kill them and freeze them to sell. If the roast chicken is frozen, what will it taste like? When Zhang Xiaobao thought of the finished product processing, the image of roast chicken flashed in his mind. Wang Wan thought about the frozen roast chicken and said, I don't think it's a big deal. If it's frozen, it's frozen. The smell has already entered the chicken. When the time comes, if you want to eat cold, you can eat cold. If you want to eat hot, you can steam it. In addition to roast chicken, there is also smoking chicken. You can use some burning wood chips to smoke it. Zhang Xiaobao sold 13 spices, so he knew some recipes. It was a mess. Basically, the methods were different in every place, but the general ingredients were similar. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he nodded and said, Then let's do both to increase the income of the farmers. Then, have you thought about how to sell it? Even if it's frozen, it can't be stored for too long. Otherwise, the price of one chicken won't be enough to cover the cost of the cold. Wang Wan also mentioned the problem of sales. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently, Stupid people will directly roast and smoke the chicken in Zhuangzi before selling it. Can we open the roast chicken shop and the smoked chicken shop elsewhere and carry out the roast there? We can make more adjustments and see what flavors the people in the place like. We can specially cook according to what the people in that place like to eat. Zhuangzi is responsible for delivering chickens to various places. Now that Zhuangzi is only planting rice, it's much more leisurely than before. We can let some of them go to other shops. It's like what we said before. We won't limit them to Zhuangzi. We can provide them with the recipes and ingredient. When the time comes, we only need 10% of the net profit. 10% of the profit for each shop is like a membership fee. Let's make it cheaper and not so much. The money we collect from 9 shops is the same as the money from 1 shop. Let's open shops in the entire prefecture first. When it's about time, we don't have to worry. There will naturally be people who want to learn or buy the recipes. Let's try and see if there are such people. If there are, we'll let them join. We'll sell them the chickens and the seasonings. We can't take the net profit because we don't have that many accountants to calculate how much they've sold the chickens for. We can only add the price to the seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't expect many outsiders to join. If there were, he would take them. If there weren't, he could just use the village to sell them, especially those who were in a hurry. If they bought a roast chicken, they could eat it as both a meal and a dish. It was convenient. It was even more so for boaters. They could eat it at any time. They could even hold a chicken leg in their mouth while working. The cost was low, so it wouldn't be too expensive. The chickens also didn't need to be raised that big. Although most roast and smoked chickens were roosters, hens could also be made. Chicks could be raised for 3 months before they could be used for cooking. They could be sold by weight and could be bought in half. Half a chicken would cost about 20 copper coins. It wasn't expensive at all. A chicken that laid eggs could be sold for a few dozen copper coins. Who would say that the chicken hadn't laid eggs yet and couldn't be sold for such a high price when they bought a roast chicken? Wang Wan had also thought of this point. If they did this, they could raise the chickens for a short period of time. As long as they sold the chickens quickly, they would earn more money than waiting for them to lay eggs. The chickens that laid eggs had to be specially supplemented with calcium. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lay eggs or they would be soft-shelled eggs. The ordinary people in the area might eat less, but they could specially open their shops in places with high traffic. Xiao Bao, since chickens can be smoked, then we can also use a better method to smoke the meat. The people here who have some money don't like to eat pork. First, it's because there aren't many people who usually raise pigs. Unless it's at the foot of the mountain where they can cut some pigweed to feed the pigs, people won't be able to eat, let alone feed the pigs. Another reason is that pigs always like to roll around in the mud. Even their feces and urine will be stained on their bodies. But after all, there are still people who eat it, especially the ordinary people. They can't eat other kinds of meat. The fatty parts of the pork can be oily, and the lean parts can also be used as food. We can get people to smoke it and sell it to such people. I think that the feces of poultry can be fed to the pigs. In addition to the grass on the mountain, there won't be a need for too much food. The pig feces can also be used to feed the fish and raise the earthworms. When we go to Huayuan County, we can leave this matter to the farmers and provide them with ideas. What do you think? Of course, why not? Even if we fail in the end, we won't lose too much money. People always have to try again and again. Maybe the farmers will be able to come up with more ideas. We'll do this when we go back. Let's not swim for now. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with this idea very much. At first, he also thought of something like this, but he was delayed by other things and didn't have time to do it. After the pork was smoked, it tasted good. Moreover, it was different from the smoked chicken. After smoking the chicken, it couldn't be scattered after smoking. That way, people would specially choose a good place to buy it. After the pork was smoked, it could be cut into slices or made into strips and turned into smoked pork jerky. It could be stored for a long time and was convenient to carry around. When they went out, they would bring some with them. It was better than the smoked meat and the kind that was directly smoked here. The rich people didn't eat it, but they also didn't sell it to them. Because of an idea, the 2 people who had been idle began to work again. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to mix ingredients. Some of the ingredients that he didn't have, he had to replace them with other similar ingredients. After this kind of prescription was mixed, it was too difficult for outsiders to distinguish it by taste. Many spices were not used at all by people nowadays. They were only sold in medicine shops as medicinal materials. All kinds of medicinal materials were ground into powder, and then some spices were added. Unless a doctor who was proficient in cooking carefully tasted it, there might be some hope. However, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't give this opportunity to someone who was both a cook and a doctor. According to the different prescriptions, the spices were mixed into the wine or soy sauce. Even if they couldn't be mixed, they would be taken out separately and mixed with some neutral spices that didn't affect the taste. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of concocting, and each time he concocted a sack of it, Wang Wan would write down the manufacturing method. When the time came, all she had to do was give it to the villagers in the farmstead. Some of the villagers could read a few words by now, but even if they couldn't, it was fine. The children in the farmstead were all studying in school. After a lot of work, the sky was already dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found the people in the inner courtyard who stayed behind and asked them to bring the oven. They were going to roast a few animals first. At the same time, they were going to let the farmers see what they were going to sell in the future. When the two of them were busy, they didn't feel hot. Now that they stopped, they realized that they were sweating. Chapter 373. The summer weather changed quickly. Before going to bed last night, they could still see the stars in the sky, but when they woke up in the morning, it was already covered with dark clouds. However, there was no wind, which made it hard for them to breathe. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate breakfast with the old man. They brought him a roasted chicken and a smoked chicken. Xiaobao cuckoo, it seems that you are ready to go back. It may rain today. If you want to go back, you should leave early in case you encounter a storm on the river. I have already thought of the topic for today's competition, rain. They may still be thinking about today's topic last night. The old man broke off a chicken wing and gnawed it as he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not comment on the old man. As a minister, he actually bullied the students. It seemed that the old man liked this feeling. They did not know how the children in the academy would live in the future. Perhaps the old man would come up with an idea to torment them. Grandpa Bai, we really have to go. We don't need to look after things here. The others are already doing a good job. Grandpa Bai, if you think this chicken is delicious, you can have the people from Aqua Cloud Room serve it to you. Remember not to eat too much. Things that have been smoked or roasted are always not as good as usual. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the gloomy sky outside and said to the old man. Wang Wan also added, Grandpa Bai, when you find it hard to breathe, open your mouth to the fan and breathe hard. You will feel much better. Okay, I will remember. Don't forget to write a letter when you go back. Don't worry about the academy. I can handle this. Eat quickly and leave early after eating. The old man listened to their words and said with relief. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left between the clouds and the water by boat. They followed the river and quickly went downstream. At this time, the gloomy atmosphere changed. The whistling wind made the river ripple. Raise the sail, raise the sail. Seeing the wind, Zhang Xiaobao shouted excitedly. Boats on this kind of small river usually did not need sails. Occasionally, a sail would be pulled out from a boat, especially when it was going against the current. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat was specially made. There was a sail on it and a rudder at the back, which was much better than other boats. When the boatman heard the young master say to raise the sail, he had no choice but to raise it. However, he did not raise it fully, only half of it. In such a strong wind, the boat could easily capsize. Once the sail was raised, the jib made use of the wind to push the boat faster. There were several times when the boat flew out of the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood at the bow of the boat. Each of them tied a rope around their waist, and the other end of the rope was tied to the mast. This was not requested by the boatman, but by the two of them. They did not want to experience the feeling of being rescued. What a strong wind! I'm in such a good mood. It would be even better if the sky was a little darker and the wind was a little stronger. Wang Wan opened her arms and said excitedly as she felt the wind blowing. Zhang Xiaobao felt the same. Yes, this kind of time makes people a little scared. When facing such majestic weather, there is an underlying thought that does not admit defeat. Zhang Xiaobao also opened his arms and closed his eyes, experiencing the feeling of flying. After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Wan asked Xiaobao again, "The issue with Bu Xing hasn't been resolved yet. They've already collected quite a lot of food. You wouldn't ask them to change their profession to become grain merchants, right? The Chens have helped us this time. How should we repay them?" "Yes, they are still collecting grain." Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have just remembered. He patted his forehead and said, "We have to think of a way. Those grains are useless in their hands. If they dare to sell them, they will definitely be attacked by the grain merchants. It is better to transfer them to the grain merchants at a fair price. We will compensate them." Bu Xing, what can Bu Xing do? Now, it's like they've ordered the sales in advance. When our big ships come out, there's no need. Now, some big ships have been taken over by the Jing River. I want them to prepare more sails, so that our big ships can sail around the coastal waters near the mouth of the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao had indeed forgotten about the matter of the Chens for a few days. The people of the grain merchants were too weak. They were defeated with just one trick. It turned out that they were planning to prolong the war. I thought that the head of the Chen family would reject us, but he actually agreed so readily. It seems that ever since your father became the county magistrate, he hasn't had a single peaceful day, Zhang Xiuying said. That's fine too. I thought that the head of the Chen family would reject us, but he actually agreed so quickly. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's idea, Wang Wan felt that it was a good idea. If they sold the grains to the grain merchants at the purchase price, the grain merchants would not suffer a loss. The weather was hot and there were more people eating noodles. They could take the opportunity to grind the grains into noodles and sell them. They could also make more money than usual. In the past, all the grains here were collected by the grain merchant. At worst, when the grain merchants transported grains to the northwest, the grain merchants would give them some benefit. Now that they had a grain merchant, they gave the majority of the profits to Li Sun. However, Li Sun would not kick them away. In the future, they would use the grain merchants as if they were his own family. With the help of the wind and the water, the ship arrived at the dock in 3 hours. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan get off the ship and stand at the dock, the boatmen on the ship had time to wipe the cold sweat on their forehead. This journey was like flying. It was too fast. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care whether the others were frightened or not. The two of them were looking at the road from the dock. There were many people working diligently. It seemed that the road was different every day. Even if it was going to rain, the road workers did not have the slightest intention to stop. They had already put on their bamboo hats and put their straw raincoats beside them. It seemed that these people were going to continue working in the rain. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that it would be useless to try and persuade them, so they boarded the carriage and gave the driver some instructions. The driver drove the carriage towards Huayuan County's Yamen at a leisurely pace. On the way, it started to rain heavily. The lightning lit up the sky. Along with the rolling thunder, bean-sized raindrops fell to the ground. With the sound of splashing, a layer of mist appeared on the ground. The dry heat and stuffiness of summer were all gone at this time. The wind carried the cool breeze everywhere. What a heavy rain! The speed of all the projects will be slowed down again. The coal mining will also have to stop. Hope it comes and goes quickly. Otherwise, if the water accumulates too much, it will easily become a flood. Wang Wan said worriedly. She opened the wooden board that was just closed to block the window. A gust of wind came in with the rain. She hurriedly closed the window and let down the curtain. I remember that there is no flood at this time. It should continue to be dry for a while. Zhang Xiaobao leaned against the wall of the carriage and recalled. Maybe there is no record. Let's sleep. It is comfortable to sleep in this kind of weather. When we wake up, we will almost be home. Wang Wan did not care about this matter. She lay down and closed her eyes. Then let's sleep. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and fell asleep on the other side. Zhang Zhong did not know that his son and daughter-in-law were on the way back. He was now urging people to fill the sacks with sand. He asked a few local elders, and they all said that the rain would last for at least 3 days. Zhang Zhong was not worried about the river that was connected. When the river was connected, it had already been repaired. He was afraid that the river at Yaowang Mountain would burst. In that case, there would be no need to manually repair a lake. A large lake would directly form there. But there were more than 3,000 people living there. There were also temporary houses, tents, and other supplies. If there was a flood, they would all be gone. It would also make the road repair work unable to continue. Therefore, before the rain started to fall, Zhang Zhong led a group of people to transport a lot of burlap sacks to that place. There were still some burlap sacks there. Zhang Zhong left behind the transport team behind and rode his horse all the way. Finally, they arrived at the place before lightning and thunder appeared. He ordered people to stop the road repair work and rush to the river. There, he began to fill the sacks in case there was a flood and they were unprepared. In addition to filling the sacks with sand and stones, some wood from the mountain was also transported down. Someone took a saw and began sawing out the trunk. When the time came, they would nail it into the river. Otherwise, the sacks would not be able to withstand the current. Once one was thrown into the river, another would be washed away. It could only be used under the condition of wooden stakes. Master, I think this river should be fine. The water is still shallow. Why don't we let them do it first? Master, you should take a rest. If something really happens, we'll have to rely on you to take charge here. After the rain fell, the Yamen runner in the inner courtyard tried to hold an umbrella over Zhang Zhong's head and advised in a low voice. Zhang Zhong reached out and held the handle of the umbrella. He looked at the people working and nodded. It's fine now, but I can't guarantee that it will be fine in the future. It's good to take a rest. I hope nothing will happen. Master, you are a literary star from heaven. If you say nothing will happen, then nothing will happen. Master, be careful. The Yamen runner said. The place where he stood happened to block the blowing wind. In just a short while, his back was wet from the rain. When Zhang Zhong walked to the door of a room, he suddenly remembered something. He ordered one of the guards, "Go back to the Yamen immediately and tell them to load the coal in the warehouse onto the cart and bring it here. Remember to cover it with oilcloth and don't let it get wet. Once it rains, we have to go into the house to cook. The firewood on the mountain can't be used. We can't eat it raw. It will be fine after a few days. Go quickly." The guard did not delay. He turned over and mounted the horse. Wearing only a bamboo hat, he whipped his whip and galloped away. His figure disappeared in the rain in the blink of an eye. Everyone else, don't be idle. The wind is strong. Be careful of the tents being blown away. See if any of the houses are leaking. Quickly plug it. Zhang Zhong still did not enter the house and shouted at the door. The Yamen runners immediately ran to check the tents and houses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also awakened by the continuous sound of thunder at this time. They lay there, unable to sleep, and stared at each other. Chapter 374. Midway through the journey, they joked about the lake, pointing out the mountains and rivers, carefree and unrestrained. Where should we dig? It's raining so heavily. Aren't you afraid that the water will flood the fields? Wang Wan advised worriedly as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao's crazy words. There's no fields. We planted a lot of wheat there and harvested it long ago. The land is empty. If we don't dig the lake out now, it'll be hard to work when the rain clears up. Zhang Xiaobao insisted. Even if the river flooded, there couldn't be too much water. Wouldn't a lake be enough to fill it? It could reduce the pressure downstream. Wang Wan wanted to persuade him again. She opened her mouth but couldn't find a reason. She could only say, "Then where do you want to dig the hole? Don't let it wash away the construction site. We'll see when the time comes. Let's go home first and persuade my father. Send someone to the coal mine to tell all the excavation teams to stop." No matter if it's the people from Elm Village who help us dig or the people who came to help us, no one is allowed to work. If something happens, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Yes, we have to stop. Although it's still an open-air excavation, who can guarantee that there's no fault in the coal? If there's a hole, it'll be fine on a normal day, but if it collapses on a rainy day, there won't be enough time to rescue it. It'll be like quicksand, gone in the blink of an eye. Wang Wan wasn't the kind of person who didn't care about the lives of others for money. Her family had a lot of business and didn't lack the money for coal. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said, even if the rain stops, they can't start work for a while. There's definitely a lot of water in the hole. Without a pump, we can only wait for the water to seep in slowly. It's too dangerous to let people draw the water bit by bit. The county and Elm Village will have to pay less. Wang Wan nodded. She suddenly thought of something else. Since we've stopped, why don't we do something else? I'll teach Huzi how to train military discipline first. Then I'll find some strong young men from Elm Village for Huzi to train. The last time I went there, the young men were all good. Do whatever you want. Remember to pay them. I don't know anything about this. What about our original healthy seedling protection team? Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan couldn't wait to train, so he let her. There's nothing we can do. We'll continue to leave them at the farmstead. In the future, the seeds and land there should be better and better, better than the fields. If someone goes there with bad intentions, they can come in handy. Wang Wan actually felt a little uncomfortable when she saw that her father always brought the guards of the Wang mansion with him when he went out. What if some of the guards were bribed by someone else? Even Li Sun didn't know about them. It wouldn't be good for the family if they knew too much. As the carriage moved with difficulty, the two couldn't sleep. They began to talk about various things. When they talked about Zhuangzi, they also analyzed the flood resistance ability there. The conclusion was that there was no problem. There were some small channels connecting it. As long as there was water, it would be sent to the river. The lightning didn't stop and the thunder didn't stop. Usually, it would take them at least half a day to finish the journey. Because of the heavy rain, they didn't arrive at the yamen until 4 in the afternoon. They turned to the back door. As soon as they got off the carriage, they saw people rushing out and asking about the dangers on the road. The two of them were busy replying. After everyone had asked, they started talking about Zhang Zhong. My father went to Yaowang Mountain? Then we have to go too. There's something important. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that his father wasn't at the yamen, he pulled Wang Wan and walked outside. He changed the handle of the carriage and said to his mother, "Mother, you have to tell the yamen runners to spread out and look around the county. If there's a house that can't withstand the flood, immediately arrange for someone to repair it." Zhang Wang clan agreed. Looking at the backs of her son and daughter-in-law getting on the carriage, she wanted to say something. In the end, she sighed. When she turned and walked back, she said to Wang Wan's mother, "These two children have a busy life. They have to be busy when there's something." "Sister, you're right. We'll wait until everything in the county is settled before we can have some free time." Wang Wan's mother also sighed. At Yaowang Mountain, the people working there were still working hard to pack the sack. The river had risen a lot. If it continued to rise at this rate, then by tomorrow morning, the river would overflow the embankment. At this time, Zhang Zhong didn't have the leisure to rest. He stood on the embankment and watched. He only wore a bamboo hat on his head and didn't wear a straw raincoat. He let the rain hit his body and stood motionless for half an hour. "Master, there's nothing to do here. Why don't we go somewhere else?" "Master, you'll get sick if you stand like this." "How can I explain it to the young master?" The yamen runner followed Zhang Zhong step by step. He had also stood there for half an hour. Several times he wanted to put an umbrella on the master's head, but the master refused. This was not the first time he tried to persuade him. Zhang Zhong and Wei Wei shook their heads. They even took off their clothes because they thought the straw raincoats and bamboo hats were a hindrance. They worked in the rain with bare arms and said, "It's okay. This rain won't make me sick. I usually eat the kind that strengthens the body. Do you think the water will rise?" "I don't know. It doesn't look like it will rise." "Master, you'd better go and dry the clothes." When this little one entered the yamen, the young master told this little one to take care of master's matters. "Master, if you don't hide, this little one will help you carry them back even if I have to carry them." The yamen runner was really anxious. After persuading him again, he prepared to do it. Zhang Zhong didn't wait for him to do it. He turned around and asked, "What do you think Xiao Bao will do if he is here?" "Master, are you talking about the young master? If the little young master was here, then this lowly one would not be in a hurry." The little young master was very resourceful and capable. Even if the sky collapsed, with the little young master around, this lowly one would not be worried. The little young master would definitely be able to withstand it. The difference between an ordinary person and the little young master was like the difference between heaven and earth. "Master, I'm not saying that you're not good enough. I'm saying that the little young master is smart, but sometimes, when he does things, he's actually quite good. It's like this. The little young master, he is really not bad." "Master, I'm not talking about you." The yamen runner had a crazy trust in the young master. When he heard the master mention the young master, he felt that he had overdone it, so he quickly explained. Zhang Zhong waved his hand and smiled. He turned his head to look at the river and said to the yamen runner, "If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here, I don't have to worry. I can find a place to take shelter from the rain, drink some hot soup, and chat with others. I won't be in such a hurry. Unfortunately, they are in Zhuangzi. Even if I send a fast horse now, they will only come back tomorrow noon or later. The rain is heavy, so it's difficult to travel." "Master, can we send someone to ask the young master and young lady and pass the method back? We can't let the young master and young lady come back in the middle of the night. The river is so dark, and it's very dangerous with the wind and rain." The yamen runner was also regretful, but he gave an idea. The young master couldn't go, but others could. He believed that the young master and young lady would be able to tell the method directly without needing to ask for the purpose. The yamen runner was sure in his heart. The two young masters were like gods to him. Zhang Zhong shook his head, thought about it, and nodded, "Fine, then send a few people to go by fast horse and go by land." "Don't you think I'm too useless? I have to worry about the children. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also busy over there." "How can Master be useless? Master is a kind person and loves the people as his own children. Master can rush to the front when there is a problem. Master is not greedy for a single copper coin. Master's most amazing thing is that he gave birth to the young master. This lowly one doesn't know much, but I understand that a person who knows when to advance and retreat is a powerful person. Master has handed the matters of the family to Madam and has never interfered." This lowly one thought about it and thought that Master knows that he can't manage the family well. Master let the young master and young lady do the work of making money and giving ideas. This is true ability. To say something disrespectful, no matter how capable the emperor is, he can't do something by himself. Whoever should do it will do it. Young lady also said that each profession has its own specialization. Master doesn't need to think about other things. Master just needs to do his own thing well. That's ability. This time, the yamen runner was speaking the truth. If he were to talk about the people in the main house that he listened to the most, it was naturally the young master and young lady. If he were to talk about the person he was most afraid of, it was the madam of the main house. But if he were to talk about the person he respected the most, it was none other than the master. Zhang Zhong was just asking out of boredom. In fact, that was what he was thinking as well. He didn't expect that the person who was always by his side doing chores would actually say such a thing. It seemed that there was a difference between learning and not learning. The people in the inner courtyard had studied for 2 years. Every one of them was able to do some reliable things when they were released. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong chuckled. He looked at the yamen runner and said, "What have you learned recently?" In reply to Master, this lowly one is reading about the mean when I have free time. This lowly one's favorite phrase is, "If a country has principles, it will not change. If a country has no principles, it will not change until it dies. If a country has no principles, it will not change until it dies." This lowly one asked the madam of the main house. After knowing what it means, this lowly one pondered that if this is true for the country, it should also be true for the main house. The yamen runner really didn't fall behind in learning. After hearing the master's question, he immediately followed and expressed his loyalty. "Good, it's really good. In the future, read more and learn more. If you don't understand, ask me. If I also don't understand, then find someone to ask." Zhang Zhong was very happy in his heart. Which servant in the inner courtyard could casually say such words? Someone in the Zhang family could. The yamen runner wiped the water on his face and said, "Master, how can you not know? Master, you are the top scorer. Any one of our Zhang family is better than others, especially the main house. They are all capable." "Yes, they are capable. But the capable people are not here. Can they come up?" Zhang Zhong returned to reality. The rain was still heavy and the river had not stopped. Chapter 375. The water level in the river was still rising. It seemed to be rising very slowly. If one stared at it with their eyes, they could barely see the extent of the rise. However, every 2 hours, they would find that the water level had risen a little. The sky that was filled with dark clouds seemed to be even darker. Even though it was not night yet, the people on the shore were still there filling up the sand and stones. Zhang Zhong had already gone back to the fire once. A part of his clothes was dry, but a part was still wet. The heavy rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Zhang Zhong once again stood on the embankment. "Master, if the water level really rises, where do you think it will break?" The bailiff's heart was tightly gripped at this moment. In a short 4 hours, the water level had risen another inch. As long as it rose another 4 inches, the lower part of the embankment would not be able to stop the flood. How could Zhang Zhongshan know where the water level would break if it didn't drop? He could only force himself to be calm and said, "When the time comes, we'll see which place is dangerous. We'll get people to nail the stakes there and pile up the sandbags." The bailiff nodded blankly. He did not have any good ideas. He could only save the place where it was dangerous. Just as they were talking, water began to seep out of a section of the embankment. The seeping was not much, but under such heavy rain, it could be seen. "Master, master, here is the water, master." A person in charge of monitoring the situation saw the situation and hurriedly shouted at Zhang Zhong. At this time, a clap of thunder sounded, causing the person's shout to be much softer. However, such a soft voice, in the ears of everyone, was louder than the clap of thunder that day. Zhang Zhong turned his head to look, and his feet also moved. As he ran, he shouted, "Where is it? Don't be afraid. Come, bring the stakes over. Sandbags, sandbags." The person who was arranged to carry the stakes did not dare to be negligent. He carried the sharp stakes and ran over. The people who were guarding the sandbags also immediately carried sandbags and rushed over. Nail it for me. If there is a break, use people to block it. Take a rope, tie one person to one person. If we die together." Zhang Zhong changed from his frail appearance. He took off his official robes, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward. The yamen runner was so scared that he hugged Zhang Zhong. "Your Excellency, you can't go down. These people are still waiting for your order. This humble one will go down, let this humble one do it. This humble one can swim and is not afraid of this. Your Excellency, please put on your clothes. We haven't made a decision yet." The commoners were stunned for a moment. Only when they heard the bailiff's words did they react. They didn't care if the dam was about to burst. They rushed up and smashed the wooden stakes with all their strength on the inside of the river. The ropes on the other side were also prepared. One by one, bare-chested young men were tied up one after another, waiting to block the dam when it burst. After a quarter of an hour, the tense atmosphere was finally relieved. After the wood was nailed in and the sandbags were thrown in, everyone was no longer as worried as before, even though there was still water seeping out of this section. The 2 rows of wooden stakes were smashed into the river and sandbags were piled inside. For a while, there was no danger here. The bailiff took the official robes that Zhang Zhong had just taken off and wanted to put it on for Zhang Zhong. It wasn't easy to put on this kind of official robes. When Zhang Zhong took it off, it had already been torn. He could only drape it over his body. After being soaked by the water, there was some mud on it. He didn't look much better than a beggar. But it was this kind of official robes that was the real official robes in the eyes of the commoners. Even if it wasn't very decent, even if Zhang Zhong looked very embarrassed, in the eyes of the commoners, Zhang Zhong was a county magistrate. He had more authority than the other county magistrates. Zhang Zhong was also scared for a while. He was really anxious just now and wanted to help. Now that he had calmed down, he ordered, "Send people to guard the other places. Absolutely do not allow any breach." The commoners were very obedient and let people check the places one by one. The bailiffs also found ropes first. If there was any danger, they would jump in first without waiting for the county magistrate's order. A waterproof lantern covered with oil paper was picked up and faintly shone on the river. The water seemed to have risen a little. In addition to the sound of rain and thunder, there was only the sound of the commoners working and the sound of digging sand and stones. At this moment, the sound of nature seemed to be separated from the sound of people. They could all hear it, but they were so different. Just between these 2 sounds, a new sound was discovered. The sound of horses' hooves in the water came from afar. The sound was getting louder and louder. There was also a waterproof lantern in front of the carriage. On the light yellow oil paper, there was a picture of 2 rice seedlings together with their eyes wide open. When everyone was fixed on the lantern, the bailiffs in the inner yard suddenly carried Zhang Zhong up and crazily shouted, "Master, the young master and the young lady are here. Master, the young master and the young lady." Zhang Zhong was also shocked. He never would have thought that his son and daughter-in-law would suddenly come over at this time. Beside the carriage, there were also guards who were controlling the horses steadily. They stepped on the water with the same footsteps, making clattering sounds. "Father, did you think it was too hot and came out to take a cold bath? What happened to your clothes? Did someone push you into the river?" On the way here, Zhang Xiaobao met the guards who went to look for them. Knowing that it was dangerous here, he sped up and jumped off the carriage. Looking at the situation, he knew that everyone was worried, so he deliberately said a joke. Zhang Zhong could not describe his current mood. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law and said, "Xiaobao, they are going to break. What can you do?" Is it really dangerous? What can I do?" "Yes, I do. God told me where to break, but I don't agree." "If I don't agree, then it will never happen," Xiaobao proudly said. He even raised his head to look at the sky. A large bolt of lightning flashed above his head. Xiaobao was so scared that he trembled. He reached out his hand to wipe his face. He still had that indifferent expression. Others did not know whether what Zhang Xiaobao said was true or not, but the bailiffs next to him completely believed it. They echoed and shouted, "Did you see that? Our young master said that the place where the dike will break. If the young master says it will not happen, then it will not happen." Zhang Zhong was really puzzled at this time. Was his son really a monster or an immortal? Could he even change the things of God? He asked uncertainly, "Xiaobao, can you really make the place where the dike will not break?" "Father, in fact, it is not certain. If God and I think the same and want to break at the same place, then I can't stop it. If God says that the place where the dike will break, that place may not be fixed, But if I say that the place will break, then it will definitely break. Father, wait for me and Cuckoo to look around and then choose the place where the dike should break. Zhang Xiaobao said to his father like a tongue twister. He pulled Wang Wan and began to look around. Zhang Zhong understood that his son did not come to prevent the dike from breaking, but to find a place where the dike would break. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law disappear in the heavy rain, Zhang Zhong did not know what to do. After about half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned back like drowned rat. Father, this dike can't be blocked. We don't have a lake yet. Let people take advantage of this time to dig a channel and lead the water to the lake. Now that we have a lake, the matter of the river here is also solved. Zhang Xiaobao finally chose a place. From there, the water could flow to the designated place and also bypass the place where the people lived at the bottom of the mountain. The dike there looked more stable than other places. It was okay to be stable, but it could not withstand damage. Zhang Zhong heard his son's words and felt that it was indeed the case. He hesitated for a moment and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you really want to do this?" "Father, don't worry. It's just 3 days of rain. It may not be able to fill the lake. There is no other way." "Do you really think that your son is an immortal?" "If I have that ability, I can just make some money. Why do I have to work so hard to make money?" "Father, hurry up and give the order. Otherwise, there will be water seeping in a while." Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father had not made up his mind, so he scared his father a little. Just now, when he was walking around, he heard someone say that there was water seeping. Naturally, he also heard that his father was going to personally jump in to block the dike, which made him scared. Zhang Zhong muttered, "I really want to do this twice in a row," and finally made up his mind. His son was not an immortal, but his son was usually not wrong. "Someone over there, dig a channel for me. It will connect to the low-lying place behind. Be quick, don't dig the dike first." Many people did not know what the county magistrate wanted to do, so they could only follow the order and dig according to Zhang Zhong's request. With the help of the weak light of the waterproof lanterns and the lightning, they began to work as if their lives depended on it. In just 2 hours, they had dug out a channel where the rainwater had seeped in. The deepest part of the channel was 4 feet deep and 6 feet wide. With this channel, it was impossible to smoothly drain the rainwater, but at least there was a direction to drain it. If the water was not drawn over, the dike would burst from who knows where. Dig on the dike, little by little, let the water come over first." Zhang Zhong then ordered. A few of the boulder men tied ropes to their bodies, and with shovels in hand, went up to that spot, and began to dig up the soil and throw it into the river. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, the river would be able to overflow the lower part and flow into the canal. "Sandbags, sandbags, pile them up 1 zhang away from the channel. Pile them up tightly." Zhang Zhong shouted to those who were ready to carry the sandbags. These people carried the sandbags and began to pile them up on both sides of the channel. When the dike was dug and the water flowed down, the sandbags were piled up. Chapter 376. Most of the people were paying attention to the diversion of water, so they did not hear the sound of the carriage behind them. The guards of the Wang mansion noticed it, but they were far away, so there was no need to rush over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also noticed it, but the two of them just glanced at it and ignored it. In the end, that person directly came over and questioned them. Everyone turned around to look. The commoners did not know much and did not know who that person was. Zhang Zhong and his family looked at the person's dark red official robe and knew that he was a 4th-grade official. "What's the use of being a 4th-grade official? Why are you still pretending to ask others to hold an umbrella for you? If an umbrella is useful, we won't have to endure the rain." Wang Wan was part of the system and was disgusted by the system. She muttered at the side. Her voice was loud enough for the person to hear. In such a dark time, it was hard to see if the person's face had any changes. Zhang Xiaobao also did not hold back. After all, this person was the one who questioned him just now. He also said, I have seen this kind of thing many times. When you get an assistant position, you feel that you are awesome. Especially when you meet someone with a lower rank, you are afraid that others will overlook the existence of the assistant. I guess he is just an assistant. The rain is heavy and the light is dim. I can't tell if it's dark red or light red. Maybe he is a 5th grade official and deliberately let people hold the umbrella. When the rain falls, he looks like a 4th grade official. Look at my father. If his clothes are not damaged, people will believe that he is a 6th grade official. Good method. I am the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Why should I wear a 5th grade official's uniform? Where is Huiyuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong? The person waved his hand and pushed away the umbrella that was held for him. He asked the crowd. He is actually short-sighted. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father was clearly beside him, but this person was still looking around. He looked at him with the help of the lanterns and understood. He was short-sighted. Unfortunately, there were no spectacles in this era. Then why not make a mirror for him? He spent a lot of money to buy materials. How about the assistant minister? Even when Grandpa Bai came with an official position, he didn't act like this. Wang Wan muttered in dissatisfaction. Sir, Zhang Zhong is standing right in front of you, the person holding the umbrella whispered into the assistant minister's ear. At this moment, Zhang Zhong also took 2 steps forward and asked the assistant minister, Are you Assistant Minister Liu from the Ministry of Works? I am the county magistrate of Huiyuan County, Zhang Zhong. Oh, you are. Assistant Minister Liu Weiwei nodded. Immediately, someone brought a lantern over and shone it closer. Why did your clothes become like this? What kind of decorum is this? Assistant Minister Liu was able to see more clearly this time. He glared and questioned loudly. The people who came with him thought it was quite normal, but the people who were working around them didn't want to do it. They shouted and swarmed forward, scaring Assistant Minister Liu into retreating several steps. He couldn't see what was going on, so he shouted, What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want? Sir, let's get down to business. Zhang Zhong's clothes seemed to have been accidentally torn when he was controlling the flood. He didn't have time to change them. The person holding the umbrella was worried that his people would be surrounded and killed by the people, so he had to persuade him. Assistant Minister Liu raised his sleeve and wiped his eyes. He then tugged at his clothes, which were almost wet. Only then did he say, Zhang Zhong, Minister Liu of the Ministry of Works wants you to hand over the person who wrote the book on nature to me. Immediately send someone to find him. Who? What salt? Zhang Zhong didn't know that his son and daughter-in-law made a book on nature, so he asked in confusion. You don't know the person in your family and the book? Are you trying to lie to me? Assistant Minister Liu glared at his eyes again and asked with a straight face. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they knew it was a lie. It seemed that the minister had only found out about the book when he saw the old man. In that case, Liu Feidong really was a relative of the minister's family. Could it be that the plow was also made by him? Ask him later. He's a talent. Wang Wan thought of Liu Feidong and pondered. If everything was really a coincidence, then this person might be of some use. Zhang Xiaobao agreed deeply and said, We have to find him and find out the truth. This assistant minister is a bit annoying. Zhang Zhong was also angry this time. Not to mention that he didn't know what nature was, even if he knew, so what? Whose superior was it? There were too many superior officials. After standing there in silence for a few breaths, Zhang Zhong decided to ignore this person. He turned around and waved his hand at the people. Continue to fill the sandbags and protect the canal. The people in charge of the piles should also prepare. If any place is damaged by the water, block it up. After saying this, Zhang Zhong took large strides to the side of the canal. In fact, he didn't take more than 5 steps. He stood on top of the sandbags and asked someone to hold a lantern to watch the flow of the water. In the eyes of the people, There was only the county magistrate. If someone else came, they wouldn't care whether it was a wolf or a dog. It had nothing to do with them. Listening to the county magistrate was right. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao took out a paper bag from his chest. It wasn't oil paper. The paper was wet and rotten. He dug out a small thing from the bag and handed it to his father. "Father, eat some ginger. It's raining heavily outside and the wind is cold." Zhang Zhong looked at the thing his son handed over. His hand had already reached out, but he retracted it. "Xiaobao, father can't eat it. The people are also holding on. They have been outside for longer than father. If the people haven't eaten, how can father eat it? You and Cuckoo can eat it." Zhang Xiaobao didn't insist. He waved his hand and called the bailiff over. "Go to my carriage and ask around. He knows where the medicine for the bath is. In a moment, get someone to boil some water and boil the medicine. When the time comes, give it to my father, Cuckoo and I, as well as some wine. The one for the ginseng. Do you remember?" "Young master, I remember. Don't worry, I'll go and prepare it. It won't be bad," the bailiff replied and turned around and ran off. At this time, Assistant Minister Liu, who had been left out in the cold, finally reacted. Just now there was someone in front of him. He thought that Zhang Zhong hadn't left. When he heard Zhang Zhong's voice, he realized that the distance between them wasn't right. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His eyes widened again. He pointed in the general direction of Zhang Zhong. "Zhang Zhong, didn't you hear what I said? I want to impeach you." "Then why aren't you writing the impeachment report? There's no one outside to prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for you. This isn't a post house, and it's not a yamen. There's no place to entertain an official, and there's no place to prepare food for an official. Assistant Minister Liu, please do as you please." If it were another county magistrate, perhaps they would be afraid. However, Zhang Zhong didn't care at all. He didn't want to be a sixth-ranked official. Instead, he came here to be a seventh-ranked county magistrate. There were so many people buying coal, why would he care about an assistant minister? If he wanted to impeach someone, he would send someone to investigate. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he strolled up the canal. The lantern moved with him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed behind, ready to run at any time. What if there was a leak? The two of them didn't think that they had the ability to survive in such a situation. Seeing Zhang Zhong leave, the people brought by Assistant Minister Liu couldn't stop him. There were bailiffs, guards, and many people glaring at them. The person holding the umbrella had to come up with another idea. "Sir, why don't we do as Minister Liu said and ask about the book? If we can see him, we'll see him. If we can't, we'll leave a good impression on him. Unruly people, they're all unruly people. Did you see? They dared to open up the canal and let the water flush the county. Just this alone will let them know what's good for them." Assistant Minister Liu was still angry. He rushed over in the rain and the sky was dark. He didn't expect that when he met someone, they didn't treat him well and didn't even give him a cup of tea. This kind of person definitely couldn't be forgiven. The person holding the umbrella didn't care whether he could see it or not. He nodded vigorously. "Sir, you're right. If you want to impeach, then what should we do about the matter?" Minister Liu said. "We can't rush into the yamen to arrest him. We have a few people here, and it's easy to not get out. Humph. Wait for me to go over and scare him. I'll make him hand over the person himself. With the person in hand, the Ministry of Works will be different in the future. What book do you want? Come with me." Assistant Minister Liu seemed to have been affected by the environment and the things he had encountered. He became crazy. He didn't care about what would happen in the future. He only wanted to suppress Zhang Zhong. Normally, he definitely wouldn't be like this. With a heart full of anger, Assistant Minister Liu stumbled toward the lantern next to Zhang Zhong. The other people who had followed him couldn't do anything. They could only follow him and occasionally protect him. 2 people walked in front of him and carefully blocked him to prevent him from falling into the canal. At this time, the water was not small. There were even places where the water had overflowed the canal and seeped through the sandbag. There were people working hard to fill in the soil. If they fell in, at least 9 out of 10 people would fall in. Then hurry up and report it. I don't have time to deal with you. If you continue to make noise in front of me, I'll have the people write a 10,000 people petition against you. Lu Yenzhua, do you think the higher-ups will believe you, or will they believe me? If you push me too far, I'll take food from Sanshui County tomorrow and send it to the capital. I'll say that the emperor is at peace and that the people of Huayuan County are gathering food to report to the emperor. I'll add a 10,000 people petition. Zhang Zhong threatened with full confidence. Assistant Minister Lu was so scared that he slipped and almost fell. He pointed at Zhang Zhong and said, "You're taking food from Sanshui County in the name of the people of Huayuan County. You're quite bold. If the people of Sanshui County don't say anything, what can you do? You're quite bold? I dare to push you into the river. I'll say that Assistant Minister Lu came to investigate the irrigation work. In order to block the water, you rushed forward without a care for your own safety and fell into the water. Sir Lu, do you think I dare or not?" Chapter 377. Assistant Minister Lu was really frightened this time. He was supported by someone and watched the lantern representing Zhang Zhong gradually disappear into the distance. He didn't dare to make a sound. This push also woke him up. He sighed and said to the person holding him, "Let's let go. Let go. Looks like we won't be able to rush back tonight. Look around and see if anyone can give us a place to rest. It would be best if there's something to eat. Remember to pay." "Your Excellency, that Zhang Zhong he?" the person behind him asked. "Forget it. County Magistrate Zhang is devoted to the people. He should be rewarded. When we go back, I'll help him write a memorial to ask for a reward." Assistant Minister Lu seemed to have suddenly become a different person. The person behind him let go of his hand and said, "In that case, we'll go ask them and ask them to give us the best place and the best things. We'll give them a few taels of silver. It's too good for them. Hurry up and do it." Assistant Minister Lu said calmly and turned to go back. Zhang Zhong didn't care about Assistant Minister Lu at all. He was still looking at the canal and asked the person next to him, "How's the situation on the other side of the river?" "Your Excellency, it's fine. Since the opening here is getting bigger and bigger, the water level on the other side of the river has dropped." "Your Excellency, how long do we have to keep the water flowing? If the opening is too big, we won't be able to fill it." The person who had just gone to check the situation replied respectfully. Zhang Zhong raised his arm and pointed to the place where the water was flowing. "When that place becomes a lake, that's when we can stop." "Your Excellency, if it really becomes a lake, there's no need to stop. We can just draw water from the lake and connect it to other places." "Does Your Excellency really want that place to become a lake? There are still some people in the fields there." The person was worried about Zhang Zhong. "Yes, the shrimp fields. In the future, the people who originally planted there can raise shrimp. They won't have to worry about not being able to sell the shrimps. Many people will come to buy them. When the time comes, those who live near you can come and eat. When the mountain is repaired, remember the name. The first time is free." Zhang Zhong's idea was his own. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter, he only mentioned raising something. Zhang Zhong felt that it was fine to let these people eat for free. "Sir, my family is not from here. We are from a neighboring county." This person regretted not moving to Huayuan County earlier. It seemed that it was not easy to enter now. Zhang Zhong smiled and said, "This time, you have contributed a lot to this county. If you are willing to stay and live in this county will accept all of you. Won't it be close in the future?" "Sir, you're not lying to me?" the man asked happily. "Of course, I won't lie to you. Zhang Zhong couldn't wait for all the people in the surrounding counties to come and live with him. Sir, please wait for me. I will go and inform them that I am also a citizen of Huayuan County in the future. Sir, when the time comes, I will treat you to the free prawns. The person left behind these words and ran towards the people who came with him. Okay, go and come back quickly. I still have to watch over here. Zhang Zhong shouted at the man and laughed to himself. This is a lot of people. Between the clouds and the water, Sanshui County. The old man was not resting yet. He didn't care whether it was dark or not. He sat in the pavilion with a bamboo hat on his head and continued fishing. The water was boiling on the stone table in the pavilion. A man in ordinary green clothes was watching the fire. From time to time, he glanced at the old man who was fishing. When the water boiled, the old man put down the fishing rod and walked over. He washed the tea bowl, put some tea leaves in it, and rinsed the water. After a while, he poured the water out and rinsed it again. Only then did he close the lid. Minister Liu, do you think that kid Liu can achieve his goal this time? I don't think so. Won't he just ask Zhang Zhong to hand him over directly? The old man grabbed a handful of snacks made of pumpkin seeds and ate one as he spoke to the person sitting in front of him. Minister Liu also followed suit. He grabbed a small handful and put it in his hand. However, he wasn't in a hurry to eat it. Instead, he said to the old man, "Old minister, you might have thought wrongly. LV Yenzhua has always been working under me. He is reliable, patient, and meticulous. How could he do something wrong? That's not right. On a rainy day, he rushed all the way here. Before he could rest, he was sent out by you again. Moreover, he saw the clairvoyance and that fan thing. He felt wronged and wanted to make a big contribution. On top of that, he is a fourth-rank official. He rushed here in a hurry. If he doesn't do well, he might show his authority first. If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, he is facing Zhang Zhong. How could Zhang Zhong let him do that? If Zhang Zhong stayed in the yamen, he might have returned empty-handed. However, if Zhang Zhong is busy with the county affairs, no one would be in a bad mood on such a rainy day. The old man knew what kind of character Zhang Zhong was. He had also interacted with LV Yenzhua before. He always felt that the two of them didn't seem to get along. Zhang Zhong was the kind of person who did things straightforwardly. The old man had nothing to worry about. His family was rich and powerful. He also had a master guiding him behind the scenes. LV Yenzhua's character was more feminine. If it was a normal time or an official in the imperial court, he would know how to endure. However, he met a local official. In addition, it was an opportunity to make a contribution. Moreover, the weather was bad. It was very likely that he would use the method of suppressing the other party to get the matter done quickly. Originally, he wanted to contact the other party. If it was someone else, they would also want to find the person directly. It was easy for a minister to find a person who didn't have any achievements. However, that person was the lifeblood of the Zhang family. Not only did he do things well, but he also made money. How could Zhang Zhong let such a person go? Minister Liu didn't think so much. He ate a pumpkin seed and felt that it tasted good. He smacked his lips and said, "Old minister, don't worry. LV Yenzhua won't cause any trouble. Even if he uses his official position to suppress others, he will definitely endure it and find an opportunity to retaliate. But that Zhang Zhong, how can he be so daring? Then he needs to be properly sharpened. If his edges are too sharp, he's not suitable to be an official. As for his family, since he can make a curved plow, write nature, and even create a clairvoyant, I'll use the Ministry of Works order to recruit him. Then don't think about getting anything. If you anger that person, you won't be able to do anything else as a minister in the future. It seems that you don't know that person's methods. I actually hope that you can give it a try. Let this old man open his eyes." The old man didn't think that Lu Jiro could fight against the person behind Zhang Jiazhuangzi. That person's methods were hard to understand. When he was gentle, he was like a Buddha in 10,000 homes. In Sanshui County, no one said anything bad about the Zhang family. When he was ruthless, he was like a cold wind blowing in one's face. Life or death, it was all in one's mind. In particular, this person seemed to know almost everything. If he wanted to kill someone, he didn't need knives, guns, bows, or crossbows. Just the firecrackers in the grocery store were enough. Unfortunately, this person was deeply hidden and couldn't be seen by others. Li Sun sent someone over. He learned a lot of things, especially mathematics. However, the person who taught him was definitely not the person behind the Zhang family. Lu Shangshu looked at the old man's eyes. His hands were already clenched into fists. He was very uncomfortable because of the pumpkin seeds. After a few breaths of time, he finally sighed. Since old minister said so, I naturally don't dare to look for trouble. It's just a pity that he can make so many things. Old minister, don't tell me you don't want him to do something for the country and the people? He had a good grasp of when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't feel like he had lost face at all. The old man chuckled and said, If we really want to talk about ability, it shouldn't be your Ministry of Works. It won't make a difference even if you put it in the Sea Agricultural Temple. Look at the rice planted by Zhang family and Wang family. The average yield per mu is more than 3 dan. In the superior fields it can even reach 5 dan. How's this ability? Look at the poultry and livestock raised by the Zhang family and Wang family. Compared to other places, they are much better. The chicks can give birth to chicks without the need for a hen. How's this ability? Even if you don't put him in the Sea Agricultural Temple, it will be more useful if you put him in my Ministry of Revenue. Look at the business opened by Zhang family and Wang family. All the money of my academy is paid by them. Do you know how much they have paid? How much? Lu Shangshu asked. Very much. Do you see those flags? Also, there are the banners here and the banners on the boat. They used 40% of the money to exchange for half a year's worth of food and clothing for the academy's students. Shouldn't such people be put in the Ministry of Revenue? Look at the place where the Zhang family and Wang family live in Zhuangzi. During the day you can go there for a stroll. It's a beautiful rural area. At night you can send people there to make trouble. If there are fewer people and they don't care about killing people, they will kill everyone who goes there. Is it okay to put such people in the Ministry of War? During this time, the old man thoroughly learned about the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. The more he learned, the more shocked he was. The day before yesterday, there was a person who accidentally sprained his foot in the canal. He asked his family to go back to the courtyard between the clouds and the water to find someone to treat him. However, before his family could go to the courtyard, a doctor came out of nowhere and treated him with medicine. If the doctor could be so fast, then what about the guards? If someone went there at night to make trouble, the doctor would be really ruthless. It was scary to think about it. Perhaps when the sun came up, not even a corpse could be found. Lu Jiro had not been here for a long time, so she didn't know about these things. When she heard the old minister's words, she thought about it and guessed some things. Because she guessed it, Lu Jiro was even more excited. Old minister, with such a person here, how can you just ignore it? He's an all-rounder. I wonder how old he is? If he's younger than you, old minister, he can do a lot of things. Who said I didn't care? It's because of this that I didn't dare to force him. What if that person felt uneasy and left the Zhang family? I'm still teaching Zhang family's 2 children. I don't know if it's because that person knows that such children have come to the Zhang family, or because he came. The 2 children are better than the children of ordinary families. You may not believe it, but as long as you're willing to teach them, they're willing to learn. What you teach today, they'll mention something they don't understand tomorrow. Even if they learn it, when I teach them, they've already learned the 1,000-character classic and memorized the Analects of Confucius. Now they're learning the selected literary work. When they reach a certain level, they feel that they can't catch up, so they start to memorize the area classics. What do you think? The old man didn't hide anything. These were all relatively normal, the kind that wasn't normal. He told Lu Jiro one by one. After listening, Lu Jiro was stunned. Chapter 378. Now you know, right? Sometimes, you don't have to meet to do things well. You have seen the clairvoyance. For us, it's a very common thing. 2 crystal pieces and a bamboo tube. But when it's made, it can let the army know the enemy's movements in advance. The old man didn't care about Lu Jiro's silly appearance and continued to talk. When he felt that the tea was almost ready, he lifted the teacup and used the lid to remove the tea foam. He took a sip and exhaled, looking like he was enjoying it. Lu Jiro had drunk this kind of tea before, but at that time, she drank the Xinyang Maojian tea that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people steal from Hunan. This time, it was the West Lake Longjing tea. Huh? Old minister, this tea of yours? After drinking a sip, Lu Jiro asked in surprise. Do you feel that it's different from what you drank before? Do you know where this tea came from? When the old man saw her expression, he guessed that she still didn't know where the tea came from. Lu Jiro shook her head and said, I really don't know where it came from. At that time, when someone sent it to me, they said that they wanted me to help Zhang Zhong. But the examiner and I didn't get along well, so I didn't help much. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong actually passed the exam? Later, when they arranged the official position, I also didn't do anything. Those people seemed to be helping Zhang Zhong too. Later on, I understood. Since they could find me, they could find someone else. Could it be that this tea was bought by Zhang Zhong's family as a gift? I also have a lot of black fungus. I heard that it was planted by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Until now, I still haven't figured out how to plant black fungus. I don't have any seeds. It's really not a waste of talent to let that person go to the agriculture temple. The old man didn't speak directly. Instead, he took another sip of tea, grabbed the pumpkin seeds on the table, and ate a few. Lu Jiro didn't interrupt him and sat there quietly waiting. After the old man finished eating, he patted some of the seasonings on his hands and said, The tea you drank was picked by me from West Lake. I gave it to Zhangjia Zhuangzi, and they brought back the tea leaves for me. The tea you drank before was taken from Hunan. It was also passed to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Zhangjia Zhuangzi made this kind of tea? Then wouldn't they have become the target of public criticism? Lu Jiro naturally understood the value of this kind of tea. Drinking it was addictive. She was very careful when she drank it and was reluctant to part with it. Who would have thought that as long as the Zhang family's manor picked the tea and sent it to them, they would make good tea? The old man too's Lu Jiro. He took another sip of the tea. Where did the arrows come from? The tea that other people drink is all sent out from the prince's mansion. The tea produced by the Zhang family, some of it is kept for themselves, some of it is sold, and most of it is sent to the prince's mansion. The prince's mansion can either give it away or sell it for money. Who would dare to rob the Zhang family's recipe? What's the difference between that and robbing the prince's mansion? The only one who can get the recipe is the emperor. But the emperor is very good to his brother. How could he do such a thing for a cup of tea? Besides, if the emperor wants to drink it, how could there be less? Old Minister Li is right. Then can you give me the Book of Nature? I'll go back and let people think about it. Maybe they can make something more useful. Lu Jiro brought up the matter of the book. Minister Li won't wait for Assistant Minister Lu? Maybe Assistant Minister Lu can bring him back. The old man deliberately said. If it was before, it would be possible, but now it's impossible. The Zhang family has a close relationship with the prince's mansion. Why would they be afraid of a mere assistant minister? Especially when I heard that Zhang Zhong's methods are amazing. He just took over Huayuan County, and he cleaned up the original people. He repaired the roads and mountains, and even the river was repaired by your nephew. It's not easy to find a mistake. Even if you find one, As long as it's not a rebellion, what can you do to him? The Zhang family has not found an excuse to reward them for their contribution. At worst, we'll be even. But in the emperor's heart, we may not be even. When Assistant Minister Lu comes back, I'll persuade him. At this time, Lu Jiro no longer had any hope for Assistant Minister Lu. When a high-ranking official came to a place, he naturally had to put on airs. The officials in the capital and the officials outside were not the same. Even the most amiable people in the court would have a bit of arrogance. In addition, this matter was a great contribution, and the weather was bad, so it was normal for him to lose his temper. The key to the problem was who the other party was. Zhang Zhong could be said to be in charge of 2 counties. His family was rich, he was the new top scorer, he had a good relationship with the prince, he had a good relationship with the old minister, and he also contributed to the contribution of the prescription. Why would such a person care whether or not the other party was a capital official? There's no rush. We'll talk about it when he comes back. If it's not done, then take the book. If it's done, then I won't have to worry too much. I heard the 2 children say that a lake will be built at Yaowang Mountain in the future. This is also a matter for your Ministry of Works. When the time comes, don't forget what to do. Zhangjia Zhuangzi has never been simple. The old man still wanted to see how Assistant Minister Lu would handle this matter, even though Lu Jiro already knew that it was going to be a bad thing. Lu Jiro understood. Old minister, where will this Zhang Zhong go in the future? Where else can he go? In his hands, Huayuan County will become a Shang County like Sanshui County. At that time, he will naturally enter the court as an official. If he doesn't become a 5th-rank official, then he will be at least a 6th-rank official. Maybe then you will have the opportunity to work together. Isn't Zhang Zhong's age a bit too young? If he enters the court at such a young age, it will be a waste to not give him a position with real power. Lu Jiro felt that this was not a good idea. He had only been a county magistrate once. No matter if he was from Zhongxian or Shang County, even if he really entered the capital, his future career would not be smooth. If it was someone else, he wouldn't think about it. However, the person in the Zhang family seemed to have been helping Zhang Zhong to get up step by step. If Zhang Zhong's career did not progress, who could guarantee that that person would not be disheartened? After Lu Jiro mentioned it, the old man also thought of this point. With the ability of the Ping Zhang family, they should not enter the court too early. Going to a place to gain experience and experience was the right way to go. Thinking of this, the old man fell into deep thought. He was pinching the pumpkin seeds in his hand. Lu Jiro looked across and suggested, "Why don't we wait for Zhang Zhong to turn Huayuan County into Shang County? Then we can help him and not let him enter the capital. We can send him to a place farther away, a place that is more difficult. According to their ability, if they can make that place a little better, it will also be a great achievement and experience. This matter can't be decided too early. I will write a letter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and ask them how their studies are. By the way, I will mention that if the Zhang family agrees, then let Zhang Zhong go to work harder. This is easy to do. If they don't agree, then I will help them when I can." The old man agreed with Lu Jiro's idea, but he didn't know what the expert in the Zhang family was thinking. He could only try to sound them out first. "In that case, I will wait here for a few days and think about it. If there is something I don't understand, I hope old minister can give me a pointer or two." Lu Jiro was ready to invest in Zhang Zhong. She wanted to let the person behind Zhangjia Zhuangzi understand that, if he really did well, he might be able to be the prime minister for a few years. The old man agreed and didn't continue to talk about this matter. He began to talk about some unimportant things. They drank tea and went fishing. The two talked quite well. It was dinner time, and they went back together between the clouds and the water. The next day, when it was almost noon, the rain didn't seem to stop. The old man began to make arrangements for the competition. He wasn't afraid of the rain, so he could build a shelter. The feeling of competing in this kind of weather was naturally different. Even the spectators felt that it was fresh. Lu Jiro finally waited for Assistant Minister Lu to come back. When Lu Yenzhua came back, his face was very ugly. It didn't seem like he was angry, but more like he was lacking in qi and blood. Minister Lu, something happened when we got there. We didn't invite anyone, and we didn't see anyone. County Magistrate Zhang Zhong personally oversaw the situation there. In order to prevent the river from bursting the banks, he specially opened a hole. This was why the downstream was safe and sound. I think we should give him a reward. Lu Jiro was eating. There was only one dish for lunch, stewed food. It was stewed for a long time, so the fragrance kept coming out. This made Lu Yenzhua, who had only drunk some cold water and hadn't eaten anything since yesterday's noon, continuously swallow his saliva. Assistant Minister Lu, why don't you give me some face and eat with me? Don't look at the stewed food and don't look at the pork in it. The taste is really good. There is also rice with salted fish. I can't eat it alone. Lu Jiro understood when she saw Lu Yenzhua's appearance. How hungry did he have to have such a reaction when he saw the food? Lu Yenzhua didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. He first used a spoon to scoop up more than half of the stewed food and poured it into a bowl. He drank a mouthful of the stewed food and took a bite of the salted fish. His chopsticks moved up and down. In the blink of an eye, he ate half a bowl of rice with salted fish. He exhaled and began to tell Lu Jiro what happened yesterday. After he finished telling the story without missing a single detail, he picked up a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth. As he ate, he said, "It's delicious. The food made by between the clouds and the water is really extraordinary. Even the rice that people usually don't eat is delicious." He didn't know that it was because it was eaten with salted fish. Originally, the best thing to eat with salted fish was corn flour, but there wasn't any here. As Lu Jiro listened, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter several times. Lu Yenzhua really suffered a lot. Zhang Zhong actually didn't give him anything to eat because he wasn't at the post house or the government office. He asked people to spend money to buy food, and the price was raised to the level of 20 taels of silver per meal. In the end, not a single commoner was willing to give up their food, no matter how much money they were given. The reason was very simple: it was because they had offended the county magistrate. Fortunately, no one was watching the cold water, so they could use it as they pleased. That was why they drank a bellyful of cold water. After that, they didn't have a place to stay, so they could only sleep in the carriage. Who knew that after Lu Yenzhua fell asleep, Zhang Zhong would arrange for Lu Yenzhua's people to stay in a tent. He also gave them some food, which was also stewed food. The entrance of the tent was guarded by the prince's mansion's guards with crossbows. The people who followed Lu Yenzhua had a full meal and a good night's sleep, but Lu Yenzhua was the only one with bad luck. Lu Jiro looked at Lu Yenzhua and thought for a moment. She said, "Assistant Minister Lu, Zhang Zhong's courage is really too big. He is preparing to become an official in the capital. When the time comes, you and I will find more people and put him in the poorest and most difficult place." Chapter 379. The old men of Huayuan County were really accurate. It rained heavily for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, the rain finally subsided. Some places even had sunlight. Zhang Zhong didn't go anywhere these days. He stayed at the foot of Yaowang Mountain. When the water was heavy, no matter what he was doing, he would put down everything and rush to the dam to guard it. If he was sleepy, he would lie down in his house for a while. If he was hungry, he would just eat something. He watched for 3 days. Miraculously, nothing happened to the river and the canal on Yaowang Mountain. The rain stopped, but the water level didn't drop immediately. They had to wait for half a day for the water to flow down more upstream. The people who were working let out a sigh of relief. They looked at the muddy lake. It wasn't too big. They still had to keep the canal. In the future, it would become a river that fed into the lake. When the time came, they would open a hole in another place. When the lake water reached a certain level, it would flow to the downstream from that hole or become a separate river. Zhang Zhong went to bed at 3 in the morning and woke up at 9 in the morning. He slept quite well. After eating an unknown meal, he came to the dam again. The commoners greeted them one after another, their gazes filled with deep respect. The happiest ones were the commoners who came here from the outside to do some odd jobs. Ever since Zhang Zhong said that they could stay in Huayuan County, this news quickly spread among them. Master, please change your clothes. There's nothing to do here. When the rain stops and the water level drops, you still have to go back to the yamen. You don't know how many things are there. The yamen runner carried a new set of official robes and followed behind Zhang Zhong to let him change. Zhang Zhong had been wearing the torn clothes for the past 3 days. He didn't wash them. At this time, they looked dirty and tattered. They didn't look like official robes at all. However, Zhang Zhong felt that he was a real official at this time. There's no hurry. Let's wait until the rain stops. Otherwise, we'll get wet again. In the future, this lake will be our family. We can settle many people who can't find a job. We can also make money. It won't be worse than those businesses at the foot of Yaowang Mountain. Zhang Zhong said happily as he looked at the muddy lake and imagined what it would be like in the future. The yamen runner was also happy. The more money and power the master had, the better life the people in the inner courtyard would have. They would have more confidence when they went out. He thought for a while and said, Master, I have a younger brother. He is 21 this year. Why don't we let him raise some fish and shrimp here? He hasn't found a wife yet. No. Zhang Zhong rejected the request without thinking. The bailiff was a little helpless, but he couldn't say anything. If the master didn't want him to do it, then he couldn't do it. But Zhang Zhong's next words made him happy again. Isn't it a waste of talent for people from the inner yard to come here to raise fish and shrimps? Let him be a steward here and manage the others well. When the time comes, if he takes a fancy to any girl, the main family will help him marry her into the family. In the future, they will live separately. Master, is that true? Thank you, Master. You don't need to live separately. When you become a steward, you can get married immediately. It's not a girl from any family, but a girl from the inner yard. The good girls outside are not ordinary. They don't like ordinary people from the inner yard. Only the people in the inner yard are pleasing to the eye. Master, when you live in the main family, it's enough to have a house. The yamen runner finally helped solve a big problem for the family. His younger brother could get married. His younger brother had been with that girl for a long time, but the girl insisted that she was waiting for his younger brother to have a good future. What good could he do by staying in the inner yard all day? Of course, it didn't count if he did the work that he should do, but it was different if he came out to be a steward. Zhang Zhong didn't object to the love between people in the inner yard. As long as they followed the rules and followed the etiquette, they could get married if they liked. In the future, they would have children in the inner yard. After listening to the yamen runner, he agreed. When it's time for the wedding, the main family will send a betrothal gift and a dowry for the bride. See if we can still buy land behind the yamen and build a new house there. We can't mistreat the people in the inner yard. Thank you, Master. When the time comes, my younger brother won't be separated from the main family. In the past 2 years, the two of them have saved some money. Life will be good. Master, that assistant minister, why don't you think of a way to find out about him? What if he plays tricks behind your back? The yamen runner imagined the situation when his younger brother got married. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. In the future, he would still be a member of the main family, so he didn't need to spend much money. His meals and clothes would still be taken care of by the main family. When he had children, the main family would also help to raise them. When they were older, they would go to school. When they were older, they would go to school. Thinking of these good things, the yamen runner suddenly remembered the assistant minister that came that day. Master didn't let him off lightly, so he was a little worried. Zhang Zhong didn't care at all. I don't care what assistant minister he is. He doesn't have the guts to impeach me. As for playing tricks behind my back, let him be. There are many people who want to play tricks on the Zhang family. Master is right. The Zhang family is not afraid. Master, the young master and young lady are here. As the Yamen runner spoke, he saw the young master and young lady coming from the other side. He took the initiative to take a few steps back to make space for them. The rain was getting lighter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan worked together to hold up a large umbrella, rolled up their trousers, and wore sandals woven from reeds on their feet. They waded through the water and came over. The two of them had just received the letter sent by the old man. In the letter, the Minister of Works and Assistant Minister Liu were mentioned. The main point was that Zhang Zhong would go out after he finished being the county magistrate. The old man wrote down the pros and cons. He meant to let Zhang Zhong be an official in a poor place in the future. As long as he had some achievements, it would be a great political achievement. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but admire the old man. It wasn't because of the old man's idea, but because he pushed this matter to the hated Assistant Minister Liu and gave him a chance to take revenge. He made Assistant Minister Liu feel that Zhang Zhong wanted to enter the imperial court. He contacted some people to think of a way to get Zhang Zhong to a remote and poor place. This way, he would be more comfortable. The Zhang family would also save some trouble. There weren't many people who could help and didn't need to give any benefit. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the old fox, they came to discuss with Father Zhang and asked if he agreed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agreed. Zhang Xiaobao originally made this arrangement because he didn't expect that becoming an official in the imperial court didn't require experience in various departments. After the old man's explanation, he found out that one needed to be a provincial governor or a prefect. Otherwise, it was usually impossible to be promoted to a higher position. One could only be a deputy in a certain department and prepare to rely on luck to get promoted. It was really too difficult. Wang Wan originally didn't oppose Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion because she thought of Yang Guozhong. This person relied on nepotism to get promoted. The Zhang family didn't have a noble consort, but the Zhang family could use other means to get such a position. Now that she saw the old man's letter, she decided that it was better to follow the normal route. When it was raining heavily, they didn't use umbrellas. When the wind blew, they would get wet. When it was drizzling, it was just right. Zhang Zhong turned around and saw his son and daughter-in-law coming over. He smiled happily and said to the two of them, "Have you been staying at the foot of the mountain for the past 3 days? Did you want me to go home with you?" "Father, it's lively at the foot of the mountain. It's not annoying, but we really need to go home. The Yaman's matters can't always be handled by others. Father, grandfather Bai sent a letter. Take a look." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked forward, Zhang Xiaobao took out the letter from his chest and handed it to his father as he spoke. Zhang Zhong thought that Bai Go had written another letter to test the two of them, so he didn't pay much attention. He casually took out the letter. When he read it, he realized that the letter was specially written for him. "Xiaobao, isn't it a bit early to talk about this matter?" Zhang Zhong actually didn't want to be an official outside. It was written clearly in the letter that if he didn't become an official outside, it would be difficult to find opportunities to go further in the future. Unless there was a big matter that required a deputy position in a certain department. The deputy position had to be done exceptionally well to be valued. Zhang Xiaobao had studied a lot of psychology. How could he not know what his father was thinking? He advised from the side, "Father, it's not early anymore. Do you really want to work for 3 to 5 years? After the autumn harvest this year, all the infrastructure construction will be completed. In addition to the various businesses, Huayuan County will be even more prosperous than Sanshui County. Father, you are still young. You are not even 30 years old. You are only 20 years old. It's fine if you go to the capital to be an official now. Put in more effort for the family and let you do chores in various departments first. When the time comes, you can use some money or make some achievement. Then you can be promoted slightly. But if you want to be the assistant minister, you will need at least 10 years. 10 years is still young. You are only 34 or 35 years old. But if you want to be the minister, it may take more than 10 years. You can also sit there. Think of more ways. I can help you, but I am too tired. It's not just a simple achievement. There are also political struggles with other senior officials. Father, don't you want to do something big? Just being an official is not enough. The Zhang family still needs a lot of money to support. I still need to earn money. Although Cuckoo is helping me, Cuckoo also has her own things to do. Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and realized that his son was still a child. He was already so tired. When he grew up, he would have his own things to do. He could not help him behind the scenes all the time. He had to learn more about this kind of thing in the future. He could not always study behind the scenes. It was also good to go to a place. The poorer the place, the more conflicts there were. It was also a kind of learning and training. If he directly entered the imperial court, he would have the help of his family. Furthermore, he would be an official who dealt with chores. His colleagues would give in to him, and he would not get too much training. It was better to go outside and take a look at the poorer places. With his son's ability, he did not need to do anything else. He only needed to copy some things from Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong did not know whether he should be happy or helpless. He was helpless because he had too little experience in officialdom and needed others to protect him. He was happy because any official would treat him like this. It could be said that they were arrogant. They would be the top scorer just because they said so. When it came to Huayuan, they would become the county magistrate. Chapter 380. Zhang Zhong thought about how difficult it was for others to be an official and compared it to himself. He was in a good mood and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, let's do as Elder Bai said. Where are we going? Do we need to prepare first?" "Dad, I don't know. I think that guy will send you to the south, not to Hunan or Jiangnan. He will continue to the south and send you to a place where you are usually sent to." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and felt that the possibility was very high. It would take a few months or half a year to go to that place. It was not like when he and Wang Wan were at that time. The further south they went, the more prosperous it was. Now, most people were not willing to go there. If they did not like someone, they would be sent to that place. The road was difficult to travel and the climate was not suitable. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who died on the way. They really needed to prepare well. Zhang Zhong did not expect that his son could say so far. He thought that they would go to Sichuan or Linhai in Hunan province. He was a little scared when he thought of that place. "Xiaobao, only people who are sent to that place go to that place, right? That LV Yenzhua is so capable that he can send me, a county magistrate with achievements, away?" "Dad, of course LV Yenzhua is not so capable, but our Zhang family is. Cooperate with him and you can go there, right? It is easy. Dad, you can watch the scenery along the way and eat and sleep well when you reach the place. It is best to go to the seaside. Although it is a little wet, the scenery is good. You can eat and drink a lot of things that are not here and see a lot of ethnic customs. Dad, you haven't seen what the sea looks like, right? It is blue during the day and dark at night. Dad, don't you want to see the scenery there? The moon rises from the sea, and we share this moment in the world. Sail a small boat and experience the feeling of riding the wind and waves. Listen to the sound of seabirds and see how they fly in the sea and sky. Okay?" Xiaobao began to talk about the good places, describing them as if they were in heaven. "Not good, not good. Who would send you there? What if I fall sick on the way? You can just wait to feel better. Go and see how much the water level has dropped. I'll be back soon." Zhang Zhong was really attracted by what his son said, but when he thought about it, it didn't seem to be the case. Those who were sent there all looked so sad. Countless officials died on that road. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked up the embankment. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed behind. Zhang Xiaobao was still trying to entice him. "Father, how can it not be good? Others may not understand, but our family is different. When we arrive at a place, we first improve the lives of the local people, and then we build there. In order to prevent you from not being acclimatized, from tomorrow onwards, Father, you will start to eat things from the sea for dinner. I will change the cooking method for you. When we go there, we will take the boat and go through the river. The river will change to a small river, and the small river will enter the big river. There are also canals and lakes. I will use various methods to cook, such as stewing, braising, simmering, warming, steaming, roasting, frying, baking, braising, smoking, buckling, soaking, boiling, mixing, pan-frying, roasting, pickling, and so on. When you are familiar with the food, you can eat any dish. If you are not used to it, you can eat less and make it into a plate. In this way, how can you not be acclimatized? In order to not be seasick, Father, in the future, when you have nothing to do, you can sit in a boat in the water. I will ask someone to make a round boat. You can sit in it, and with the paddles around you, the boat will start to spin. That kind of boat will go up and down as long as it encounters a little wave. After practicing for half a year, you will not have to worry about seasickness. At that time we will eat, drink, and play. Our two families will go together to the beautiful place with blue sky and blue water." Zhang Zhong listened and was amused. He looked back at his son and said, "You know so many cooking methods? I am not seasick. I don't need to suffer from that." "You don't know, but others know. Even if a chef knows a few cooking methods, there are chefs from all over the capital. Find them, and the cooking method will be complete. Why do we have to wait until we get to the place to prepare to adapt? From now on, our two families, including the inner courtyard, must be prepared." Zhang Xiaobao really did not know so many cooking methods. It was good enough that he could cook something to eat. He was not a chef before. Zhang Zhong felt that it was reasonable. "In that case, we will do as you say. We have to hurry up with the things here. Turn back, go, 1212, stand still." After Zhang Zhong's matter was settled, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan became free people again. The construction of the supermarket and the boat were left to other people. This time, the two of them finally regained their freedom. Every day, they wrote a letter to the old man and explained the things they did not understand in the letter they received yesterday. In the morning, they would wake up to eat, then study. In the afternoon, they would eat and sleep for a while. Then, they would exercise. In the evening, after eating, they would sleep and wake up in the middle of the night to study again. Their lives became regular. They did not have to worry about Zhuangzi. The farmers raised their own poultry and livestock. Only when they were cooking roasted chicken and smoked chicken, they would come back to Zhang Xiaobao once in a while to ask for seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao did not give this to anyone else. In the future, when he left, he would let a few people in Zhuangzi remember one thing. Only when the items of a few people were put together could the recipe be made. If someone really stole the recipe, they could only blame themselves for not being strict enough. The other matters of the manor remained unchanged, but they would leave behind a person specifically in charge of management. Zhang Xiaobao began to learn the things Wang Wan wrote for him. Wang Wan trained the guards in the courtyard, with Huzi as the leader. There were 16 people in total. They wore the same clothes and were diligently training according to Wang Wan's instructions. It was a hot day. Standing in the courtyard, there was no shelter. The sun directly shone on the 16 people. Their clothes had long been soaked through by sweat. However, if they did not meet the requirements, they could not stop. There was rock sugar and mung bean soup on the side. After practicing for an hour, they would drink 2 big bowls. There was no need to worry about heatstroke. Wang Wan, who was shouting commands, and Zhang Xiaobao, who was studying, sat under the shelter. They were eating ice cream and shouting at the same time. Ever since they got the fans, the two of them developed an egg beater. After adding milk and cooling, the ice cream would be produced. It was the very pure kind. Look to the right in a row. Look forward in a row. That's all for today. It's the first day. The requirements are not strict. Don't stand in a row. Go back and think about it. We'll continue tomorrow. Dismissed. Wang Wan held a bowl with ice cream in one hand and a spoon in the other. She used her tongue to lick the ice cream into her mouth, and lectured with a serious expression. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. It was the first time he saw such an instructor. It would be better if she smeared some mud on her face and made it into a flowery face. Coupled with the action of snorting, which army in the world could command a group of people to walk in a row? Which army in the world could be more strict than the Zhang family's Miao protection team? The 16 people were already exhausted. Finally, the young lady showed mercy and let them go. However, when they heard the young lady's words, they were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Wasn't this not strict requirements? One by one, they were either standing or walking. Their backs were already aching and their legs were cramping. Huzi felt that as the captain, he should help his team members get some benefits, so he said, "Young lady, can we get a big shed tomorrow and practice under the shed? If our faces are exposed to the sun like this, our skin will burst." "Oh, you're afraid of the sun? Okay, we'll start tomorrow morning. We'll practice on the paved sand road outside. The wind in the courtyard is small and it's stuffy. There are so many flowers and plants, and it's humid. It's better to practice on the road outside. That road has been paved with stones, so it's flat and ventilated." After listening to Huzi's words, Wang Wan gave him a chance to show that he cared about his team members as the captain. They would change the place starting tomorrow. The other 15 people looked at Huzi differently. The courtyard was just a little bit sunny. The ground was bluestone and there was water flowing by. There were also flowers and plants, and there was also the wind blowing from the pond. It was not bad. There was no wind outside, and even if there was, it would be hot. The sun on the road was already hot enough. When they looked at it in the afternoon, it was like looking at a flame, fluctuating back and forth. How hot was that? "Huzi, you're fine. Why didn't you take a shower after disbanding? Why did you say that?" Huzi was dumbfounded. He did not need to look to know how the other 15 people looked at him. He also knew what they were thinking. That was not what he meant. "Okay, why are you still standing there like idiots? Train hard. When you're done, I'll give you a chance to teach others. There are 40 people in Elm Village waiting for you. I'll train them like I train you." Wang Wan did not seem to notice the bitter expressions on their faces as he continued to speak. As soon as he said this, the 16 of them perked up. Thinking about how they felt during training today, and then thinking about how they would train others in the future, a special smile appeared on their faces. None of the military instructors are good people. Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting to ask a few questions he did not know, saw the expressions of the guards, shook his head, and muttered with a sigh. "Zhang Xiaobao, you're not allowed to slander such a serious matter. To be able to become a qualified instructor is a kind of honor. Their smile is a smile of honor. In 2 days we'll also train with them. Then you'll understand the principle of first bitterness, then sweetness, and first tiredness, then glory." Wang Wan heard this. Holding the bowl of ice cream, she turned around and said solemnly. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "I can feel it. In a few days, let them train in only their underwear and tan. That's a sign of glory. We need to let them get used to the seaside in advance. If they don't get tanned, it will affect the job of protecting the seedlings. As for us, we don't need to train with them, right? There's no point. We'll just train ourselves." The next morning, Huzi and the others dragged their bodies, which had not fully recovered, and were really brought to the road outside by Wang Wan. The 16 of them stood in 4 rows, and were not allowed to move at all. Chapter 381. With a splash, a big watermelon was pulled out of the well. Li Sun struggled to carry it to the table under a big tree by the roadside. He picked up the knife next to him and stabbed it hard. With a crack, a big hole appeared in the middle of the watermelon, and 2 black seeds flew out from it. After a few more cuts, the whole watermelon was divided into pieces. Zhang Xiaobao picked up 2 pieces first, handed one to Wang Wan, and took a bite. Sweet. There is nothing in it. A normal ripe watermelon is really sweet. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao looked up and breathed out. He looked very comfortable. Wang Wan also took a big bite, and the red juice was on both sides of her mouth. She narrowed her eyes with satisfaction and said, "Finally, there is nothing in it. It is really delicious. It is cool and thirst-quenching. Our shaved ice can also be made into a watermelon flavor." Li Sun, on the other hand, was eating much more quietly. She took small bites when she heard Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conversation. Puzzled, she asked, "Xiaobao, could it be that there's something else that can be put into this cold melon?" "Yes, you can put sugar or something red. Take it off in advance and cover it with a quilt. We don't need to eat this. You should have a lot of it at home, right? Tomorrow, bring 2 carts here. When we finish eating this melon, don't throw away the skin and seeds. You can still cook them." It was not easy for Zhang Xiaobao to eat a melon, especially the first melon. It was memorable. He was going to mix the green part of the melon skin into a cold dish. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. "This melon has been bitten by others. Isn't it a little bad to make a dish out of it? Cut off the bitten part first, and make a cold dish with the rest. Put some sugar and vinegar in it. It is sweet and sour. If you don't want to eat it, don't fight with us." After Zhang Xiaobao said this, he continued to eat one piece after another, not caring if he would get a stomachache. He only stopped when he couldn't eat any more. He rubbed his stomach back and forth, occasionally burping. Wang Wan also ate a lot. Fortunately, when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's appearance, she controlled herself in advance and didn't eat too much. She put down the melon rind in her hand, washed her face and hands in the prepared basin next to her, and said loudly to the people on the road who were shouting slogans, "Train well. When you're done, I'll give you some melons. I'll use the melons from Welltown. Just one bite and it'll be sweet to your heart." It would have been better if she didn't shout, as the 56 people could hold on. Once she finished shouting, Huzi among the 56 people couldn't stand it anymore. He had been shouting slogans just now and wanted to follow them. His throat was already smoking. When he heard that there would be melons to eat, he felt that the sun above his head was bigger, his feet were heavier, and it was more difficult to breathe. This was already the 5th training. It had been 5 days in a row. At first, they thought it would be easy to get through it, but they were exhausted on the first day. In the following days, the requirements were stricter and the weather was hotter and hotter. Before they could become instructors, 4 people from Elm Village came to report. They hadn't practiced well, so they couldn't be instructors. They could only train with 40 people. Huzi was in charge of shouting slogans. They had already been walking for 2 hours today, and they still hadn't stopped. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing, and their clothes were already soaked. However, their walking movements were not standard. When she shouted to turn left, 1/3 of the people actually turned in the wrong direction, which made Wang Wan very dissatisfied. Therefore, she let them drink some mung bean porridge and practice for an hour. Only then could they rest for a while. Now, Wang Wan was still shouting for them to eat watermelon. They all felt that their hearts were about to burst into flames. Li Sun was also watching from the side. He really couldn't understand what Wang Wan was doing. This training idea was Wang Wan's, and she was also the one who asked them to do those movements. In Li Sun's opinion, these movements were worse than the drill of soldiers. They weren't wearing any armor or holding any weapons. They were just walking back and forth. It seemed like they couldn't train soldiers. With doubts in his heart, Li Sun wiped his hands with a handkerchief and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, You want to train soldiers? You can't use this method. It's useless. When it comes to war, these people don't even know how to use weapons. What army? It's just making them stand in a line. It'll look interesting and tidy. When the time comes, they'll just go out and support the scene. There's no war. If there's a war, we won't be needed. We're far away from the places where we can fight. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't tell Li Sun that these people would be specially used to protect the Zhang family and Wang family in the future. This kind of training now wasn't to train combat strength, but to cultivate cohesion and a firm attitude towards carrying out orders. At the same time, it could also cultivate willpower. He just casually explained. If it was someone else who said this, Li Sun would have believed it. But since it was Xiaobao who said it, he had to carefully ponder over it. He suspected that there were traces of an expert behind these people's training. If that was the case, then there must be a deeper meaning behind it. It seemed that he had to learn from this. Thinking of this, he asked, "Just these orders? Are there any that haven't been given? I'll go there and let people practice for fun. When the time comes, let's see if all the people I'm training can leave together or if all your people are orderly." Young Master Li also wants to learn? Okay, then we'll have a competition. There are also some commands that can't be taught now. They haven't figured out these commands yet. If I teach them too many, they'll be even more confused. Later, I'll write down some commands and draw pictures for you. How's our supermarket? The supermarket in Huayuan County hasn't been repaired yet. It's still being repaired. When we came back, we took a look at Sanshui County. They've already started delivering goods. You passed by here, did you go in to take a look? Yes, don't mention it. It opened yesterday and I went to take a look. Taking advantage of the competition, there were indeed many people who went in. Every one of them looked fresh. The rich people also bought some things. But there was actually an ordinary person's family. I saw her going to the butcher's place and buying 1 or 2 grams of meat at a time. This is nothing. We can sell it for 1 tael. When other people buy things, they usually wrap it in oil paper and give a paper bag at the end for convenience. She actually bought half a kilogram of meat consecutively. Every time, it was 1 tael. Not only did she use 10 pieces of oil paper and 10 hemp ropes, she even took 10 bags from the supermarket. What's the meaning of this? What's the use of torturing others? In the end, I sent someone to ask. You can't even guess the reason why she took those paper bags. She said she was going home to give it to her son to practice calligraphy. She came here to get paper. Li Sun was a little depressed as he talked about the situation in the supermarket. In addition to the person who bought half a kilogram of meat in 10 portions, there were some people who were selling other things. For example, when buying rice, there were some people who were very careful. There were even people who wanted to steal things when there were so many people. Fortunately, they arranged some people to follow others in pretending to buy things. They also put people in key places to watch. There was a scholar who was caught stealing sausages. He insisted that he brought them in himself. What was more infuriating was that there were people who didn't take the sausages out. They just ate the sausages secretly. Zhang Xiaobao was originally not confident in his heart. After listening to Li Sun's words, he thought for a while and said, "It seems that we have to change the rules. In the future, the paper bags will be more exquisite. We will sell them for 1 copper coin each. If there are people who really want to buy something and don't have a basket, they can buy it for 1 copper coin. As for the other people who go in and out 10 times, if they want to buy, they have to bring their own tools. At most, we will give them 2 pieces of oil paper. There is no need to think about the paper bags. There are also some places to eat. Send more people there. If they want to buy something, they can just pay there. As for those who bring things in themselves, catch them. It's not like there is no place to deposit them." Deposit? Don't even mention deposit. There are many people who don't want to buy anything. They just want to go in and see something new. In the end, they bring a live chicken to the deposit place. It's not easy to control them at all. We can't put a few chicken cages in the deposit place, right? Then what if someone drives a pig here? Li Sun was also very dissatisfied with the deposit situation. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless for a while. He could only sigh at those people's valiance. Wang Wan said at the side, "In the future, there will be a rule that no living things are allowed to be deposited. When they are deposited, they don't care if the things are spoiled or not. At most, they will be allowed to be stored for a day. If it is more than a day, it will be treated as if the depositor doesn't want it anymore and the supermarket will deal with it. Otherwise, if someone deposits a kilogram of tofu and leaves it for a few days and doesn't come to pick it up, won't it become stinky tofu?" Wang Wan is right. We can't do it all at once. If there is a problem, we will think of a way to solve it. We will find more people to discuss it. When the time comes, we will be able to build the supermarket. What about the shipping company? Zhang Xiaobao also had the idea of dealing with some things that might happen. Li Sun only sighed. They couldn't tear down the supermarket. The things inside were cheap. Yesterday, he saw many people queuing up to buy things. Whether it was for the pictures, novelty, or a real need, it was fine to just buy it. When people gradually got used to this place, they could come to buy things in the future. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao ask about the ship business, he was no longer as gloomy as before. He said happily, "I found a few more people who were willing to do business with us. After Mi Fan was released, I took care of the ship business. I even sent a few people who were good at making ships to do some work at the shipyard you guys were at. The big ship has already started to be built. Based on the speed, it will be able to enter the sea next summer. We can't go too far now. We can only go around the place where the Yellow River enters the sea. Then don't worry. Remember to bring Mi Fan along when you go out to sea. If you find that he is uncomfortable, then the people on the ship have to be careful. Are there many people who went to sign up for the 3 workshops and the craftsman's school to cooperate with them? Are there many people who came from outside?" Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to do something big. He was afraid that he would be tied down by other things. He could only ask one by one to see if there was anything else that he needed to handle personally. Chapter 382. Speaking of boats, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. He asked Li Sun, "What do boats look like now? Do you have a ship with wheels?" "Wheels? Why do boats have wheels?" Li Sun didn't understand. "It means that as long as there are wheels, the ship can move forward, backward, and turn," Zhang Xiaobao added. "No, there are sails and oars. Who would use wheels? It's not like we're on land. Don't tell me you want to put a few wheels on the boat and use horses to pull it like a carriage when we're on land? A small boat is fine, but a big boat is too heavy. If it's dragged on the ground, the axle will be crushed. You have to make more or less wheels." Li Sun thought Zhang Xiaobao was bored and came up with this idea. He used a melon to draw what would happen if he wanted to put wheels on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao also picked up a melon skin and pointed to the side. "You see the bicycle cuckoo and I have, right? If we put big wheels on both sides of the boat like a water wheel, and there are people inside who step on the axle like a bicycle, then the boat can move." Li Sun looked and thought about it. He nodded and said, "It's possible, but it's useless. With oars and sails, how can the boat be slower than wheels? After putting wheels, it won't be easy to use oars, right? It'll be fun to make." "Fun? How can it be fun? What do you think is the most important thing in a water battle? When both sides have the same number of people, the same weapons, the same commanding generals, and the same combat abilities, what will decide the outcome?" "That's right. That's right. That's right." Zhang Xiaobao finally thought of a revolutionary idea. How could he give up? He continued to persuade Li Sun. Li Sun was stumped by this question. If everything was the same, then what would determine the outcome? Is it luck? While the two sides were fighting on the water, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A big lightning bolt fell and hit the boat of one of the generals, setting the boat on fire. The general was burned to death, or jumped into the water and couldn't command. Then he lost. Would it be better to use a wheeled boat? Li Sun thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He could only attribute it to luck. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed almost at the same time. Li Sun was really too humorous, and he even smashed down a big thunder. Why don't you just say which side the heavens don't like? Wouldn't it be better to just stretch out a hand from the heavens and crush them to death? Formations are not allowed in water battles? Is it easy for a boat to turn on the water? A small boat was easy, but a large ship wouldn't be so easy, right? Using a wheeled boat, not only can it turn quickly, it can even turn from forward to backward at the critical moment. Think about it. When a ship is charging towards the fleet, it suddenly speeds up, or the other party uses a trick to lure it to the front. When the other ships are about to surround it, this ship that should have circled around to make a turn suddenly stops and starts to retreat. What do you think the consequences will be? Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun a situation that would happen on the battlefield. Ah? Then wouldn't the other party have wasted their efforts? Moreover, that part of the formation will be disrupted and readjusted. This time it will be fatal. Li Sun finally understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning, and said in shock. Not only that, there's also turning. As long as one wheel doesn't turn and the other wheel turns, the boat should be able to turn on the spot and move however it wants. It's very flexible. You can get someone to figure out a rough frame and make it into a small boat. When the small boat is ready on the water, you can make a big one. First, make one for my family. It's best if you can make it quickly so that my father can use it when he goes out to take up a post. Zhang Xiaobao made a turning motion with his hand to show the watermelon peel to Li Sun to see clearly. Li Sun kept nodding. He no longer had the expression of thinking that Zhang Xiaobao had nothing better to do. He was now shocked. When he understood the mobility of this boat, he understood how useful it would be in water battles. It wasn't necessary to say that all boats were like this. The original warships could weave in and out of water battles with this wheeled boat, making it impossible to guard against. Such an important matter was not something he could manage. He had to tell his father first and then let his father do it. Thinking of this, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, even if that boat is made, I may not give it to your family. If your boat is stolen and learn to make it, then will our country still have the advantage on the water? Stolen and learned? As long as this kind of boat is made, people will know. Can you make everyone on this boat keep their mouths shut? If you don't give it to my family, I won't tell you the changes later. There are still good things later. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that there was anything to keep secret about this boat. As long as it was made, someone would test it and equip it in the army. Ordinary people might not care about this, but countries with intentions would definitely know. If they really wanted to learn to make it, they would be able to make it after thinking about it for a while. The key to this boat wasn't the technology, but the thinking. As for people stealing his family's boat, his family wouldn't go to the sea. Who could steal in Great Tang? How could they leave after stealing? The boat had to be on water. He was determined to get this boat. Li Sun didn't know whether to agree or not, especially after what Zhang Xiaobao said. He had already attributed the boat's matter to that expert. He felt that the expert must have told Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to tell him. A few days ago, the Minister of Works came and took the Book of Nature away. It seemed that the expert had a lot of skills in this area. Xiaobao, I can't agree to this directly. I'll go back in a while and give me a copy of your training. To be honest, this boat might not be built in our shipyard. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works will have ideas on this. They'll build theirs and we'll build ours. Maybe we'll be done before they do. It's best to find some boats first and try to see if they can be modified. My family needs it urgently. Remember to add a wheel at the stern of the boat. It'll be faster. Can you find more good steel? If you can, send it to my family. It's useful. When Xiaobao thought about the wheels at the back, he thought of the fans in his restaurant. The fans had low requirements, and there was no need to worry about the parts breaking. There was a power conversion process between the gears and the shaft. If the conversion was done well, one rotation on one side could result in many rotations on the other side. If it was used at the back of the ship, if the wheel was replaced with a propeller, what would the speed be like by using manpower to transmit and change the force? No matter what, it would be better than the wheel directly. If one wanted to make a propeller, they needed good steel. It didn't need to be big enough to directly push a big boat forward, as long as it could be used to assist. They could use the casting method to make the balls of the bearings. As long as it could withstand one battle, it would be enough. At worst, they could change it. Li Sun didn't know why Zhang Xiaobao wanted good steel, but he knew that anything the Zhang family wanted must be useful. Maybe they could make something that could scare people to death. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't have enough. I'll ask someone to find out when I go back. Right now, we're using coal, and the iron we make is not bad. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask someone to refine the iron a few more times and see if we can get the kind that your family wants. That needs to be done as soon as possible. Cuckoo and I will go and get the training material for you. You eat first and I'll give it to you later. Zhang Xiaobao's purpose was achieved. He walked back to the yamen with Wang Wan. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell the training people to disperse. The 56 people felt like they had been pardoned. They didn't care about the sweat on their bodies, but rushed to the well and began to take out the watermelons. They didn't use knives, but directly smashed open with their fists. They put their faces on the watermelon and ate it. When their faces left the watermelon, they wiped it with their hands and shouted to vent the anger in their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to the yamen and began to tidy up. Wang Wan was responsible for the painting, and Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a few suitable slogans. The two of them worked for half an hour before they finished. Xiaobao, when we leave here, who will we take with us? Will we take Song Jinggong? There are people watching over here, so who will we leave? Also, you have to make arrangements for the people from the Han family's manor and the Yuan family's manor who joined later. You can't just let the people from the Zhang family's manor have the means to earn money. When the two of them walked back, Wang Wan thought of the two new people from Zhuangzi. They couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao to think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao was also worried about this matter. He couldn't let the two people from Zhuangzi sell roast chicken at the same time. Then, what could be a long-term way to make money that the people from Zhuangzi could use? Don't worry, let me think about it. I can't think of anything right now, and there's still some time before my father leaves. Zhang Xiaobao thought hard for a while, but finally gave up. When the two of them returned to the tree, Li Sun was fiddling with a few watermelon skins, adjusting the direction back and forth, either forward or backward. It seemed that he was preparing to simulate a naval battle, but he didn't know much about it. Take it. Remember to get someone to send the finished boat to my house first. Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the paper over to Li Sun. As long as my father agrees, I'll send the boat to your house. I'll go back first, and in 2 days, I'll buy a house in Huayuan County. When I'm free, I'll come and visit you guys. Li Sun took the paper and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He got into his car and told the driver to speed up towards the pier. He had already decided that he couldn't be too far away from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Originally, he made a book of nature, and now there was a new thing. Maybe more things would appear, so he had to stay here. Chapter 383. Hurry up. Someone, hurry back to the state capital, and ask the state capital to send troops and ships to pick us up. All guards, listen to my order. Don't let anyone near us. If anyone tries to force their way in, shoot them to death on the spot. Li Sun, who was sitting in the car, was looking at the training methods. Suddenly, she saw that the last 2 pages were not training method. Instead, it was a diagram of the wheels. There was also a diagram of the axle connecting the wheels, as well as a diagram of the feet. She was so scared that she trembled. She put the paper into her bosom and became nervous. Then, she began to give instructions outside. For a moment, he felt that anyone would want to snatch the 2 pieces of paper from him. They were treasures and could not be lost. At the same time, he blamed Zhang Xiaobao. Why did he have to give the paper to him at this time? When he returned, he should have asked more people to protect him. Following Li Sun's order, a rider outside jumped out of the troop and went upstream by land. The other guards took out their crossbows and looked around vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. The journey, which should have taken 4 hours, took less than 2 hours. Li Sun arrived at the dock and boarded his own boat. He also ordered the rowers to go back as fast as possible and raise the sails. The sky gradually darkened. Li Sun had no intention of resting. He asked someone to prepare a meal and ate absent-mindedly. From time to time, he would take out the clairvoyance to see if there were any lights of the restaurant between the clouds and the water ahead. Seeing that it was almost midnight, the clairvoyance finally showed some charming lights. Some were floating in the water, some were twinkling in the sky. The lights in the water were boats, and the ones in the sky were Kongming lanterns. There was a rope tied to the bottom. Every night it would be lit and floated. After a period of time, when the oil inside was almost used up, it would be replaced. Good, as long as we're here. Li Sun saw the lights and was temporarily relieved. He took a handful of pumpkin seeds and ate them. When the boat stopped between the clouds and the water, Li Sun directly jumped onto the shore and asked someone to escort him to the academy. When he arrived, he saw Bai Ho there. "Old Minister Bai, can you lend me your guards for a while? I'll return them to you when I reach Jingshui." Li Sun saw the old man and directly told him his intention. The old man looked at Li Sun and sized him up carefully. "What? Someone wants to harm the little prince? Who is so bold? You can stay here tonight. I'll see who dares to come. Call over the yamen runners who are guarding this place." "Old Minister, I'm afraid. I can't let anything happen to me. Otherwise, someone may get something that they shouldn't." Li Sun knew that if she didn't make things clear, the old man wouldn't easily lend them to her. What if he wanted to do something with these people? Left with no other choice, Li Sun simply took out the talisman from his bosom and showed the other 2 to the old man. Li Sun, on the other hand, was talking about the benefits of such a boat and how useful it could be in a water battle. These were all his thoughts, and he wasn't sure if they were correct. At first, the old man was puzzled. He didn't understand when he saw the drawings on the paper. As Li Sun's introduction, the old man suddenly became nervous. He opened his hands and pressed hard on the 2 papers. He asked Li Sun, "Where did they come from? Who else knows?" "Where else could they come from? I went to see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and gave them melons. While eating, Xiao Bao asked me if I had a boat with wheels. Then I told him. Then it became like this. On the way back, I saw these 2 drawings. Old Minister, you can't just leave me be. I've been on tenterhooks all the way here. I didn't even have a good meal. I can't say whether I'm full or hungry now. Why don't I stay here? Then the yamen runners, you, and my guards should be fine. I'll go back when my father sends his soldiers." Li Sun told the old man what had happened. In the end, he wanted to stay. He was really afraid that someone would rob him. When the old man heard that it was from the Zhang family, his face calmed down. He said with an expression of foresight, "I knew it. Only the Zhang family has this kind of ability. The advantage of this kind of boat is not only for naval battles, but also for transportation. It can be inserted into the dock between other boats and can be withdrawn at any time. Normally, a 2-zhang wide river can't accommodate a 2-zhang long boat. If you force it, it will be very difficult to turn around. The bigger the boat, the more troublesome it is. It's not strange for a 50-zhang long boat to turn around in a 50-zhang wide river. If it's a boat like this, it's much easier. It can control the direction at any time. You're going to talk to the prince, aren't you? That's good. When the time comes, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War will fight for it. The people from the Military Weapons Administration might also intervene. You can't do that dock and the boat you got later. You'll be criticized on one side. Ah? Can't do it? But Xiao Bao said that the Zhang family wants one. He said that when the time comes, his father can ride on it when he goes to work. Li Sun was still worried about this matter. The Zhang family came up with the idea and the map. If he didn't let them use it, it didn't seem right. If it was an ordinary family, he would have directly arrested them and sent them to the Yamen. They would only be allowed to stay in the permitted areas. They wouldn't have to worry about food and necessities. But who would dare to take the map that the Zhang family took out? Let's not talk about others. I'll be the first to worry about it. How should I get the boat? Li Sun had no choice but to talk to the old man and ask for his help. The old man didn't know what to do. He was also worried. If he didn't give it to the Zhang family this time, would the Zhang family be able to come up with better things in the future? Even if they did, they wouldn't take it out. This was the most important thing. Who knew how many more good things the Zhang family had? Li Sun said again, "Old minister, can you get some good steel?" Xiao Bao said that he wants it. He has a big use for it. We'll talk about the boat when the time comes. Let's build it first. If it really doesn't work, we can steal one for the Zhang family. I don't believe that the Zhang family will let others snatch the boat away. I'll ask about the steel. There won't be a lot. Think about it. Li Sun's words worked. When the old man heard that there was a big use for it, it must be something good. If they didn't give the boat away, the other party wouldn't take it out. It was useless to be anxious. That kind of person had a bad temper. They could catch others, but not the person behind the Zhang family. It wasn't that they were afraid of what would happen if they caught him. They were afraid that if they didn't catch him, that person would help another country in a fit of anger. Their country would suffer a great loss. Countless prescriptions were taken out and used for the people's livelihood. The clairvoyance that he learned from the nature book could be used in the military. Now, the boat was also used in the military. He was almost an all-rounder. Whoever forced him away would be a sinner for eternity. Even if they died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone for their sins. Li Sun had already expected the old man to say this. The Zhang family was a treasure. He had to protect them. Seeing that someone was helping him, his mood improved. "Old minister, should I travel through the night or stay here tonight?" "There's no hurry. What's written on the paper in front of you?" The old man's hand was still on the 2 pieces of paper. He remembered that Li Sun had taken out a piece of paper earlier. Something fun. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that they were training their family's guards. They stood in line and walked. It looked very interesting. They also found 40 people from Elm Village to play with them. They said that it would look good when they went out. I wanted to come and learn from them. It's not that useful. Li Sun put the few pieces of paper in front of the old man. The old man took them and looked at them carefully. He found that they were indeed very simple. Some of the movements had to be neat, and their voices had to be loud when they shouted the slogan. They had to practice for a longer time, stand for a longer time, and the weather was hotter. As long as they didn't make any mistakes, it was fine. For a moment, the old man really felt that Li Sun was right. It was something fun, and it could also make the ceremony look good. Just as the old man was about to put it down, he suddenly froze. He looked at it carefully again and said, "It's not that useful? Would something from the Zhang family be useless?" "Old minister, do you have other opinions?" Li Sun really didn't see anything wrong with it. This isn't training any guards at all. It's clearly training an army. In such hot weather, they can endure not moving at all. They can stand in a neat formation. They can shout the slogan so loudly. Give them MO swords. What do you think they can do when they encounter a battle formation? Finally, the old man discovered something surprising from these playful things. Li Sun originally didn't think about this. At this time, when he heard it, he murmured, "What will they do?" Naturally, the swords will stand like a forest, advancing and retreating according to orders. No wonder they have to turn back, turn left, and turn right. It turns out that they are waiting for this. Fortunately, I am smart. If I can learn something from the Zhang family, I will learn it. Otherwise, I will miss it. Xiao Bao is too bad. He lied to me and said that Cuckoo was playing with it. No, I will leave tonight. The earlier I go back, the earlier I can come back. If I live next to his house, maybe there is something I haven't seen yet. After Li Sun mentioned it, the old man also thought of the appearance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he imagined the situation when he lied to Li Sun, he couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he directly spread out the paper, dipped the brush in ink, and copied the drawing. He then said to Li Sun, "Wait for me for a while, I will send this painting up. My guards will protect you when you leave. Also, there are bailiffs here. Since you are taking the waterway, bring along the bailiffs in the water. You can stay there and tell me if you encounter any problems. Unfortunately, it is too far away. When his house is almost finished, I will also move there. It will be convenient to teach the two children. If I don't see them for a day, I will miss them. I don't know if the two children will miss me." Li Sun couldn't refuse, so he could only sit and wait. When he heard the old man's words, he didn't believe it at all. They were in contact with each other every day. How could he not know what was going on? It was nothing more than seeing that the person behind the Zhang family had made a move again, so he wanted to go and find out first. The old man was writing and drawing. After writing a few pages, he paused and said to Li Sun, "This time, the Zhang family has made a great contribution. If things don't go well, they might be retained by the emperor. Your family should also put in some effort. It is still too early for Zhang Zhong to enter the imperial court. Old minister, don't worry. I will tell my father. I don't know what will happen if I send Zhang Zhong to that poor place." Chapter 384. The water from the river continued to pour into the newly formed lake from the canal. The lake water was not as muddy as it was at the beginning. Rowing a boat on it, one could occasionally see fish swimming in it. 56 people were soaking in the shallow water. Those who knew how to swim swam deeper from time to time, while those who did not know how to swim opened their arms in the water, bobbing up and down. Only their heads were exposed, and they looked nervous. When you're in the water, remember, don't think of the water as something that will take your life. You have to be close to it, just like the mighty wind blowing. Feel its existence, or treat the water as your friend. Don't ever have any thoughts of fear. You can't avoid swimming. You have to learn everything. When we leave, not only do you know how to swim, you have to be good at it. Even if your legs cramp, you can still float on the water, just like Xiao Bao. Even if you tie him up and throw him into the water, he won't sink. He can sleep on the water. Wang Wan stepped on the water with her feet, and her two hands were gesturing as she spoke. Her chest was exposed above the water, and if she exerted a little strength with her feet, everything above the navel would be exposed. Zhang Xiaobao lay beside her, put his two arms behind his head, and raised his head Weiwei, floating motionlessly. The 56 people in the water quietly listened to Wang Wan's explanation. Wang Wan did not teach them the most correct swimming posture, how to swim faster, and how to cooperate with the summoning of qi. Instead, she helped those who did not know how to swim to eliminate the fear of falling into the water. Many children can swim briskly in the water. Some of them are even a few months old children who don't know anything, and they won't drown. It's not that they can swim well, they don't know how to swim at all. They just don't think there's anything to be afraid of in the water, so they relax their bodies. In the relatively calm water, they won't sink. Wang Wan continued. At the same time, she stopped treading water and closed Weiwei's eyes. Her body began to sink into the water. Just as her head was submerged, her body floated up again. This was an example. A guard from the inner courtyard looked at them enviously. He didn't know how to swim and had been afraid of water ever since he was young. When he saw that other people could stay in the water so easily, he also wanted to try that feeling. It must be very comfortable. Learning from Wang Wan, he also leaned back. Just as he leaned back, he couldn't help but stop. He struggled a few times in the water before he could stand firm and feel better. However, his eyes turned red and he coughed nonstop. He pinched his nose and blew his nose vigorously. Wang Wan turned her head to look and knew that he had choked. The guard looked troubled and said to Wang Wan, "Little girl, I also know that I have to relax, but I'm just afraid. I feel like I will die if I raise my head. What should I do?" Wang Wan sighed and muttered to Zhang Xiaobao, "If only there was a water mirror." When people first learn to swim, one of the fears comes from the pressure of the water, and the other is that they don't dare to open their eyes in the water. In the dark water, people will be nervous. Find someone to hold him and let his legs and arms move gently by themselves. Slowly let go of his hands and he will float up. It's like some people who first learn how to ride a bicycle. They grab the handlebars and pedal hard. Someone behind them will help them run. After running for a while, they will let go of their hand. After a few tries, the cyclist will get the feeling. Zhang Xiaobao was a little unhappy. It was not that others could not learn to swim, but he felt that the guard did not have enough courage. If it was Wang Wan's female special operations team, not to mention water, they would dare to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Orders were above all. It seemed that such a guard would need to be trained for a long time. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. In the future, it will be fine after more practice. In fact, at the beginning I was also afraid, but I can't back down. I represent glory, which is more important than life. Then in the future, let's instill more thoughts like this. Make some medals of honor so that they will always remember that honor is their life. Continue teaching. When they can swim, we'll make a special field for them to cultivate their swimming ability. Zhang Xiaobao turned his face, blew a burst of bubbles in the water, turned over and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and found a few people who knew how to swim. She whispered a few words into their ears, and the few people came to the side of the people who did not know how to swim. She said to them that she would support them in the water. The first person who was found was the one who was the most timid. He was held in the water and slowly relaxed. His hands and feet moved gently in the water, and his body began to move little by little in the direction of his head. As he moved, the person who was holding him let go of his hand. The other people who could not swim were surprised to see that person floating away by himself. They all showed a look of realization and were also very excited. That person floated. Because his ears were in the middle of the conversation, he couldn't hear anything else. His eyes looked at the blue sky, and his body felt the cool water. He became even more relaxed. Once he relaxed, he retracted his hand and his legs stopped moving. He became bolder and had the urge to stand up in the water. As a result, his head left the surface of the water. He lifted his upper body, and with a plop, he repeated the same flopping motion as before. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, he steadied himself. The difference this time was that he no longer looked sad. Instead, he was very excited and shouted to Wang Wan, "Little master, little miss, I can float. The feeling is so comfortable. The sky is so blue. Lying on the water, there is an indescribable feeling." Even if Zhang Xiaobao was angry just now, he had to encourage him. "Well, not bad. You learned swimming on your first try. You have to work harder in the future." The effect of this sentence was not small. Not only did this person summon up the courage to lean back and successfully float on the surface of the water once again, those who did not know how to swim were brave enough to imitate him and lean back. A few of them really did float up. Even those who were still nervous and did not float up did not lose their confidence and asked the people beside them to help support them. Thus, there was no need for Wang Wan to say anything else. Out of the 56 people, more than 30 of them who didn't know how to swim, worked hard to learn. They didn't dare to go into the deep water, and only learned in the shallow water where they could stand up straight. They succeeded one after another. In the deep water, there were people who could swim to help them. This way, those who just learned would not have to worry about accidentally swimming to the deep water and drowning. Lying in the water, feeling the wind, feeling the blue sky and white clouds, feeling the coolness of the water, the feeling of challenging oneself and succeeding made them feel so wonderful. There was even a feeling of addiction. Wang Wan lay in the water and rested her head on Zhang Xiaobao's stomach. She said with relief, "They are actually not bad. It's just that they lack a little power in the beginning. They can swim well in the lake. When they reach the sea, the buoyancy is stronger and it is much easier to swim. Tomorrow we will build a special place for them to artificially make them cramp and let them adapt. Well, increase the weight training in the water. It is not enough to just float on their own." Zhang Xiaobao also approved of these people. The 56 people swam in the water for 2 hours and then began to train on the shore. The weather in the afternoon was a little hotter. The 56 people did not wear so many layers of clothes. They only wore the tight pants used for swimming and ran along the lake. They had to adapt to the heat in advance. Otherwise, when they encountered the sea, they would lose a layer of skin each time they went down. 3 days later, they dug out several swimming pools that were 20 zhang long and 15 zhang wide. There was sand at the bottom of the pool. According to the size of the pool, 56 people were divided into groups. Those who were about the same height were placed in a swimming pool to train. After jumping in, the water just happened to reach the neck. There were several simple methods to make people cramp. They could use abnormal strength in the area that they wanted to cramp. They could alternate between cold and hot, or they could also be tired. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to use the first 2 methods, so they only chose the third method. A backpack was added to each person's body. When the backpack was filled with sand, it weighed about 5 to 6 caddies. This weight was nothing on flat ground, but for people who had just learned how to swim in the water, a few caddies of weight would make it impossible for them to swim even with the buoyancy of the water. Everyone can start swimming. Those who can't swim, walk with all your strength in the water. When you reach the end, turn back and continue walking until you have cramps. Properly experience the feeling of wanting to swim in the water when you have cramp. Wang Wan stood beside the swimming pool and said to the 56 people who had already entered the water. The 56 people were also clear that in the future, the young master and young lady would take them to other places. They would be of great use, so each and every one of them seriously prepared. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to see how the road was being repaired, they began to swim in the swimming pool with all their strength. Those who didn't know how to swim hadn't had cramps yet, but those who knew how to swim had cramps first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan taught them some standard swimming postures, but they didn't intend to let them completely follow the standard swimming postures. After swimming continuously with weights for half an hour, the 56 people all had cramp. Some of them had cramps in their hands, some in their legs and feet. This kind of pain wasn't something that ordinary people could endure, and they were no exception. After having cramps, they couldn't swim anymore. They could only grit their teeth and endure the pain, constantly adjusting to reduce the cramps a little. After feeling it for a while, they used the emergency method taught by Wang Wan to save themselves. Fortunately, the water was shallow, so they didn't have to worry about being drowned. These people only felt uncomfortable and didn't have too much fear. How is it? Have you experienced all of it? You have to get used to this kind of thing. Otherwise, once you have cramps in the deep water, you can lose your life. In the future, carry out normal training and swimming training every day. After getting used to it, the frequency of cramps will basically decrease. Tomorrow, I will teach you a set of stretching exercises. Practice it every night. Even if you have cramps, you can immediately adjust. If the cramps are not too serious, you can even enjoy the feeling of cramps. After walking around for a while, Wang Wan said to the people who had already come ashore to do various kinds of massages. Chapter 385. When night fell, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the other 56 people went to sleep at Yaowang Mountain. There was nothing else to do at home, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to start training at Yaowang Mountain. The 56 people were arranged to take a medicinal bath that was originally prepared for the common people to work here. They were also massaged by the people who came to experiment with acupuncture and massage. Only then could they rest. The so-called rest meant that they didn't need to do anything physically, but they still needed to use their brains. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao personally taught them how to read. The original guards felt that they could finally relax at this time. They had already learned a lot of words, so they could rest if the young master taught them how to read. However, because they knew a lot of words and read some books, Wang Wan found them and began to teach them some combat tactical arrangements. She felt that she had learned a lot, and with some books here and what she knew, Wang Wan made such a tactical training book. The sand table was made by Wang Wan, and the map was also drawn. It was just some of the terrain here. In a narrow area, the long-range suppression of the bow and arrow must be able to shoot farther and kill the enemy's strength in the middle and rear. In a narrow area, the role of a single soldier is especially important. They must be used to cooperate with each other and protect the archers at the back. No matter the terrain, there can be roundabout and can be interspersed. Be flexible and excited. Don't be limited by the situation in front of you. Wang Wan pointed with a pointer on the sand table and told the 16 people what she had sorted out. From time to time, she would stop and explain the meaning of a certain word. She even made small people holding weapons and comparing them with each other. At the beginning, the 16 people listened to a general explanation of the tactics, so they could still follow. But after listening to the professional terms and all kinds of strange ideas, they lost confidence. Why are you so stupid? War was very simple. It was to think of a way to effectively kill the enemy, and think of a way to prevent the enemy from killing the enemy. Using everything that could be used, even thinking about each other. Yes, one of these thoughts was called inertial thinking. In this aspect, Xiao Bao is more knowledgeable. I'll give you a general idea first. When the time comes, I'll let Xiao Bao teach you properly. It's a very interesting subject. Let's do it again. Even if you don't fully understand it now, you have to remember it. When you're divided into groups for training, you can use it to combine it with practice. Wang Wan looked at the 16 pairs of blank eyes and sighed. The 16 people lowered their heads in embarrassment. They really didn't understand. At the same time, they were more in awe of the little young master and the little young lady. Although they didn't understand, they understood that the little young lady was talking about the matters of war. This was usually something that only the great generals knew. The little young lady also knew. Little young lady, you haven't said what the position of this soldier should be. A person picked up the small figure next to the sand table and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan glanced at it and said, "It's not a soldier. It's a person who is equipped with sleeve arrows and crossbows. If you really encounter danger and need to fight with the enemy, I don't want you to directly use swords, spears, and shields to fight with the enemy in hand-to-hand combat after shooting the crossbows. I'll ask someone to mass-produce them. When the time comes, I'll equip you with them. If you really need to use short-range weapons first, you can shoot the sleeve arrows and crossbows first. At a distance of a few steps, the enemy shouldn't be able to dodge. There's also the flying knife. You have to practice it in the future. Ask Xiao Bao for this. He can use an inch-long steel needle to penetrate glass from 10 steps away. In short, our request is that you can kill the people who are a threat to us at a farther distance. Don't kill them at a medium distance. If you can reach a medium distance, don't come close. If you can, don't use swords. If you can use swords, don't use fists. Ah, I know, little young lady. Are the long-range arrows the bow and the medium-range arrows the sleeve arrows? A guard was very excited when he heard Wang Wan's words. If they were equipped with such things, they could save their lives to a greater extent when they encountered danger. The sleeve arrows were not cheap and were exquisitely made. The bow and arrow are the medium-range arrows. You don't need to know the long-range arrows now. You will know it later. Go on and listen carefully. Wang Wan placed the small figures one by one and repeated what she had just said. Zhang Xiaobao was also teaching 40 illiterate people. A blackboard and a piece of chalk. Write a word on it. Zhang Xiaobao recited it and the 40 people recited it. At this time, one piece of chalk had been used up. Zhang Xiaobao replaced it with another piece. The chalk was not bad. It was made of lime and gypsum. When he was researching this thing, he flipped through many books. In the end, he found the Shun Nong's Materia Medica in a medical book. Wang Wan was very surprised at that time. The things written in this book could be used in the chemical industry. A lot of things could be found. Now, she was working hard to read the medical book. She was preparing to collect the materials in the future to make something else. There was also the sulfuric acid mentioned in the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons divine pill scripture. This made Wang Wan very depressed. She wanted to make something, so she didn't read the engineering book, but the medical book. Okay, remember these words today. 15 of them. You have to keep reciting and memorizing. Tomorrow at this time, I will test you. If you don't remember it, then you don't have to sleep at night. You can only rest when you remember it. Now, start practicing calligraphy. Copy other people's posts. This is my father's writing, so follow my father's writing. Regular script, stroke by stroke. Forget it, let's practice the strokes first. Tomorrow, I will ask my father to write a post with stroke. Zhang Xiaobao wrote 15 simple words and took out some brushes, ink, and paper. After thinking for a while, he put them away, leaving only brushes and water. He asked people to bring over a few thin planks and wrote some words with water. He nodded with satisfaction. Write on this. I won't give you paper and ink first. The 40 people didn't object. Usually they did manual work. If they were given paper and ink, they wouldn't be able to write anything. That was all money. One by one, they imitated Zhang Xiaobao. They picked up the brushes and wrote on the planks with trembling hands. Some people used a lot of strength and only wrote a few strokes. They couldn't see what the strokes were, but sweat had already seeped out of their foreheads. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them and encouraged them. Don't give up. Take it slow. No one can write well on the first try, except for Lu. In the future, you will not only be members of the Seedling Protection Team, but also generals who can command battles at critical times. Some people have to fight for their lives. Now that you don't have the chance, you can only learn from other places. The 40 people nodded fiercely. No one would give up the opportunity to learn to read. Even if Zhang Xiaobao didn't say it, they would still insist. What's more, they could write according to the words of the top scorer tomorrow. If this news spread, many people would be envious. Wang Wan didn't say much. She just repeated it. If there was something she didn't understand, she would ask and explain it bit by bit. She also cooperated with the sandbox and the little people. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to practice. He had nothing to do for a while, so he strolled to Wang Wan's side. Looking at the sandbox and the little people, he suddenly said, "Isn't it interesting to make a chessboard game? Get more little people and play dice on the narrow street. Move forward, move backward, or randomly pick a question. If you get it right, you will be rewarded. If you get it wrong, you will be punished. You can also let the little people bring goods and use them to buy and sell in different places under different conditions to make money. You can even add military things, 2 of the same board or more. For example, if there are 2 boards, you and I will each be in a room, separated by a curtain, and each of us will use the little people to set up a layout, ambush, or attack. Find someone to watch from the side and make a rule for casualties, weather, and troop type. When my people are ambushed by your people, the person watching will reduce my people by a part according to the rule. You can also do this to make money. For example, you and I both buy vegetable oil and sell it elsewhere. In the end, you sell it. Then, my people who go there later will naturally lose money. Add some transportation fees, preservation time of the goods, and other rules. What do you think? When Wang Wan heard this, she didn't immediately say anything. She stood there thinking. Suddenly, she turned her head, held Zhang Xiaobao's face, and kissed it hard. Xiaobao, you are too smart. When the time comes, we will send people to check the terrain in various places and leave the detailed ones for ourselves to make military maps and sand tables. The game we make will not be so detailed. We will let people set up shops in various places. Not only can children play, but also adults can play. We will let people make three-dimensional maps made of wood. We will do the same for the little people. We will make some of the different troop types. The more detailed they are, the more soldiers they represent. The more detailed they are, the more powerful they are. We will hold competitions in various places. Other than using money to buy maps and little people, we can also set up points in various shops. When the time comes, we can use the points to exchange for things. We will make unique marks on our maps and little people. The kind that is not easy to imitate. We will even record when we sell some valuable little people and map. In each shop, we will hold a big competition every season. The winner will receive our prize in the end. The rule is that the other party will have to compensate for the number of soldiers they have taken away in battle. Even the children of poor families can use the prize they got when they played for the first time to continue playing. As long as they are smart enough, they can compete with the rich. In this aspect, there is no fairness. It is not that if you only have one soldier, others will not beat you if they have 10,000 soldiers. As long as you accept the challenge, or if you are chosen according to the rules, you have to accept the challenge. It is the same in business. If a person with a copper coin wants to compete with a person with a lot of money, then he has to use that copper coin to work hard. This world is unfair. Let the children know from a young age that there is no need to beg for fairness. If they want to obtain more, they have to fight for it themselves. Xiaobao, do you have anything to add? This matter must be done. We will cultivate the talents of great Tang from a young age. When the time comes, we will look for talents here. No, Xiaobao, do you have a backup plan? Chapter 386. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. We need to know the place to make a 3D map, but we don't need to do that for small people. We also need a lot of people to make all kinds of goods. We also need to find people to watch the shop. There are 2 people in Zhuangzi who haven't found anything yet, so we can arrange it for them. Let's make the maps for our 2 counties first, then find people to check the terrain in other places. We need to ask Li Sun to do this together. We don't have that many people, so we have to ask him to do it. He will come to us. Oh, I see. That's a good idea. What's next? Wang Wan asked again. Next, we can make a military map and hand it to the imperial court. My father will be more secure. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned another benefit. Wang Wan looked like she had expected it and continued to ask, what else? Also, when we look for the map, we can ask people to help us find the minerals. When we do business, the minerals are also included. The minerals that are useless to others are useful to us. If we are willing, we can set the price of the minerals that are not valued by others lower when we set the rules. Then, we will naturally pay a lower price for the minerals. After being kissed, Zhang Xiaobao began to say whatever he wanted to say. Wang Wan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Is there anything else? Yes. When we are making goods, the things we sell are also goods. For example, the smoked chicken, we can carve words on the chicken, Sanshui smoked chicken between the clouds and the water. The things that others spend money to buy can also be used to advertise for us. It's profitable. There's one more thing, don't ask now. Zhang Xiaobao answered one more question. He struggled to get out of the gentle embrace and shut his mouth. Wang Wan knew that it must be something very important, so she didn't ask more. She was satisfied with what she had asked, so she changed the topic back to what they had talked about before. Xiaobao, shouldn't there be an official examination system? For example, the people we send out can accept the challenges of those who have villains and good. During the challenge, the shop will give out the same thing. This is fair. We can give the poor kids a chance. Okay, this is not bad. Then we have to train some people first. Otherwise, if we go to other places and they lose in a single challenge, we can't afford to lose that phase. First, let's make 2 county map. Then, we'll find 2 people from Zhuangzi to compete a few times a day. You'll be in charge of military matters, and I'll be in charge of business matters. For example, if a level 1 challenge is 100 soldiers, then a level 2 challenge is 500. The map should also be bigger and bigger, so we can see how a person's ability is. If you want to challenge a level 2 person, you have to win at least 3 matches above level 1 and get 3 badges, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan's proposal was good, so he added a few more words. Then, the 2 people settled the matter. In front of them sat 16 guards of the main courtyard. Except for Huzi, the other 15 people really didn't see the layout of the little young master and the little young lady. This time, they opened their eyes. The little young master proposed an idea, and the 2 people said one sentence after another, and such a big thing was said. Everything in the past may be like this. It seems that the main family will make more money in the future. In a while, arrange someone to find Li Sun and call him over to discuss this matter. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a small person and said, "Who missed me?" As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, Li Sun pushed open the door from outside and walked in. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a smile and asked, "No one missed you, just casually saying it. Why did you come over?" Zhang Xiaobao handed over the small person in his hand. Li Sun took it and looked at it, then looked at the sand table and said with a smile, "Xiaobao, your family's guards also learn this?" In front, there was a horse support that piled up rice into the ground. "You're piling up mud and sand, right? Why do I feel that it looks a little familiar?" "Yes, it's Yaowang Mountain." "That's right, this in my hand is a cavalry." It's troublesome for cavalry to fight in this place, especially since you made a lake. Put some armor here and pull out the stirring rope, and wait for the cavalry to rush out when there's chaos. What do you think? What do you think? Are they fools? Don't they have scouts? Don't they think that they will be ambushed when they encounter mountains? Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and replied. Li Sun waved his hand. What if they have to rush? If they come from 100 miles away and encounter many mountains along the way, they will always send scouts to check. Then the marching speed will be slowed down. Speed is the most important thing in war. If I attack, I will first set fire to the mountains when I encounter them. You go and ambush them. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "That's not right. If we burn the mountains, the ambushers in the mountains will throw wood. How can we proceed? Wait for the mountains to burn out? Come over with the momentum of burning the mountains and force the ambushers to." The 2 people who didn't understand at all started to talk. Wang Wan looked at them and listened, but she didn't say anything. She had nothing to say. These 2 people were full of loopholes. It was really a blessing for her to meet them. As the 2 of them continued to talk, Li Sun finally changed the topic when both of them had nothing else to say. "I've moved. I bought a house next to the Yamen in Huayuan County. I want to celebrate with you too. In the future, you 2 don't have to worry about not having someone to play with when you're free. First, tell me, what is this game?" Li Sun said and pointed at the sand table. This is the game. I want to ask someone to play with you," Zhang Xiaobao said, and then repeated to Li Sun what he just said to Wang Wan. Li Ji was stunned. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao, then at Wang Wan, and then at the sand table. He opened his mouth and nodded. "Okay, count me in. Let's make a deal. We can't be too detailed about the things we sell. We'll tell others about the terrain of our country. This is a good toy. Make a set first. I still have to go back. 10 days later, the training at the foot of Yaowang Mountain continued. 56 people were already used to this kind of training. Although they were tired, they also gained a lot of benefits. Their bodies were stronger than before, and their meals were more delicious. Especially after soaking in the medicinal bath at night when they were massaged, it was really cool. Zhang Xiaobao continued to be the language teacher. Wang Wan also instilled military theory in the 16 people. Today, she could use the sand table to test the theory with the 16 people. Li Sun personally carried a big bag that weighed more than 20 kilograms. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he asked people to protect him and went back to the provincial government. This time, he planned to go back directly without stopping on the way. Unexpectedly, when the boat reached between the clouds and the water, the old man was already waiting for him with the clairvoyance in his hand. "Little prince, why did you come back after just a few days? Tell this old man, what kind of interesting thing did you encounter?" The old man chuckled as he stood on the small bridge, greeting Li Sun, who had just arrived by boat. Li Sun saw that he couldn't hide, so he had to steer the boat to the side and enter a house between the clouds and the water with the old man. "It's just a toy. It's here." Li Sun took down the bag, opened it, and kept taking things out. After taking them out, he put them together again. Hundreds of wooden figurines were also arranged. He said to the old man, "We need to find another person to help. You choose one side, I choose one side. Let's play. Is it fun? We can also change the figurines to do business. Let's see whose business is better." Next to it is an hourglass. 1 hour or 1 hour can be counted as 1 day or even 10 days. The Zhang family is going to use this to make money. They gave me a share of the business. Before they left, I arranged for 2 Zhuangzi farmers. This is it. In the future, it will appear everywhere in our country for children to play with. Adults can also play with it. Li Sun repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said to him to the old man. Good stuff. It really didn't let me down. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort to arrange people to watch you upstairs? This thing? No, I have to write a memorial. You can't protect the Zhang family. There are too many things involved and the business is too big. After hearing Li Sun's words, the old man looked at the thing in front of him and made a decision. No need. It's just a toy. Do you want to give Imperial Uncle a share? I won't do it, Li Sun deliberately said. When he came back, he wanted his father to intervene. He naturally knew how much this so-called game could cause. The old man played with the figurines. He looked at Li Sun and said, "You have to do it. Even if the prince helps you, it's useless. If there is a detailed map in the future, it can only be used by the imperial court. Tell this to the emperor. The Ministry of War will be busy again, and the Ministry of Revenue will find an excuse to intervene. After all, there is still business." More than that, Xiao Bao said that he will make a map of being an official in 2 days. First, you have to play dice. When you go to a place, you have to answer a question. Some questions are about knowledge, and some are about population and grain fields. If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded. If you answer incorrectly, you will be demoted and have to start again. After the imperial examinations are finished, the people who pass the examinations will start to be officials in various places. There will also be many questions waiting for you. It's a kind of evaluation. If you answer correctly, you will be promoted. If you answer incorrectly, you will be demoted. If you make a serious mistake, you will be exiled or beheaded. If you put it in a challenge or in a big competition every quarter, the people who are beheaded will be taken back. If you are exiled, you will be punished. Li Sun told the old man about the map that hadn't been made yet. He meant that only the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue were not enough. The old man also understood. He nodded and said, "So the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Justice, and even the emperor have to be included. This thing is very powerful. Maybe the emperor will let all the ministers play to see how well they handle things. But can the Zhang family think of so many possibilities? I don't know. Maybe he will go to various places and sort out what happened before and how to deal with it. For example, what did the various places do when there was a drought? Which is good? Which is bad? If you are willing to write a memorial, then write it. I am in a hurry to go back. I can't give up my set. Xiao Bao still has some. Ask them for it. As Li Sun spoke, he began to unpack the things on the table and put them into his backpack. Chapter 387. While Li Sun was reporting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stop to wait for his final result. Since the things had been made, they could begin mass production. The two people from Zhuangzi outside the Zhang family were gathered together. The craftsmen were in charge of making the figurines and items. They didn't need to make the maps of the two counties. The craftsmen of the Zhang family and the Wang family would do it. The two people from Zhuangzi who didn't have such craftsmanship had to be trained. Those who used to do business were assigned to manage shops in various places. Those who were smart were selected to follow them to Yaowang Mountain so that they could compete with Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to teach them some theoretical knowledge. Unfortunately, they started learning too late and couldn't understand anything too profound. The only way to make them improve quickly was to let them fail again and let them see how they won. After seeing more, they would naturally figure out some rules. All business activities, no matter how complicated they seemed, were ultimately a matter of price difference. A high price difference in the short term would directly make a profit, while a long-term investment would wait for appreciation. It was all the same. Those who made a lot of money just used the middlemeans well. The training was done, and the arrangements were arranged. Everything seemed to go smoothly. The calm water was rippled by the wind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood next to the shallowest swimming pool, staring at the water and waiting. After a few minutes, a head came out of the water first. It opened its mouth and gasped for breath. After this head came out, other heads came out of the water one after another. There was a trace of annoyance on the faces of those who came out later. Huzi was the 10th last one to come out. He wiped his face and said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, "Little master, little miss, can we practice separately?" When someone stood up, the water moved. I could have held on for a while, but when the water moved, I couldn't hold on anymore. The others who came out later also nodded in agreement with Huzi's words. The people who came out first were a little embarrassed. They couldn't hold it in anymore and stood up quickly. Naturally, they disturbed others. Wang Wan suddenly said, "Oh, so that's how it is. You're afraid of water movement when you're holding your breath underwater? Alright, from tomorrow onwards, we'll start putting fish in this swimming pool. The smallest one has to be at least 3 feet long. The swimming pool is big, so we'll put 1,000 fish first. You guys can continue training there. There's no need for that. We'll get someone to bring them here now so that you can continue swimming." This time, no one dared to say anything, especially Huzi. He told himself not to raise any objections in the future. Every time he did, he would feel even worse. One by one, they jumped into the water and took a few deep breaths. Then, they closed their eyes and sank into the water again, holding onto the wall of the swimming pool. Standing on the shore, Wang Wan really ordered someone to catch the fish. She glanced at the water and said, "Are you afraid of others?" What was she thinking? Did she think that she would spend the rest of her life in the swimming pool? Which river does not move? She didn't distribute the oxygen properly, and she actually dared to blame others? Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. These people were all clowns. After a while, the people inside came out one after another. Wang Wan called them and asked them to go to the shore. She took out some paper with words written on it, which were taught by Zhang Xiaobao in the past 2 days. She folded the paper and handed it to these people. After you go down, unfold the paper and see what's written on it. If you see it, get up and say it. If you don't see it, wait until you can't hold it in anymore, Wang Wan said to them. Some of these people didn't care, but some were very nervous. They usually closed their eyes when they were in the water. With a splash, these people jumped into the water again. Wang Wan sighed and said, "There's still a long way to go. When they are used to opening their eyes in the water, it will be fine. Arrange for people to go to Meiyuan, Sanyuan, Chunhua, Yunyang, Tongguan, and Fuping counties to check the terrain. Are you going to let the 2 people from Zhuangzi go to the nearby areas to get used to it?" "Yes and no. Let's take it slow. The other counties also need to do the same. The map of the capital is the simplest. We already have the blueprint, so we just need to follow it. I wonder if we will be punished for attacking the palace during the competition?" Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the physics information that Wang Wan had sorted out. He was still a little worried about opening a shop in the capital. "Then don't make the location of the palace. Pretend that there is nothing there. Make more places. We don't need to be afraid of people deliberately remembering this place. They have already remembered it. Who would think of attacking the Tang dynasty's palace for no reason? They have to come in first. Don't worry about it for now." Wang Wan wasn't sure what Li Longji would think if they were to target the palace. "Then get rid of it. It's better to avoid trouble. When they come in a few days, remember not to show mercy. We have to let them know that they have to give it their all." Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the people who were coming to train. Wang Wan understood and nodded. She thought of something and asked, "Xiaobao, if our shop is challenging some businessmen or generals, do you think the people we send can do it?" "We have to send them even if they can't. If they lose, we can invite the powerful people, such as honorary generals and honorary businessmen. When the time comes, they can fight with each other. Whoever wins will be the honorary person, and the loser will definitely think of a way to take revenge. I'm thinking of something now. For example, if you are given 100 strings of coins and you go to Sanshui County to do business, the specialty of Sanshui County is close to the real data and the terrain is similar. It won't have a big impact on business. If we choose October this year, then if a person can calculate 100 strings of coins into 200 strings of coins in a month, will it be possible in real life?" Zhang Xiaobao had just thought of this. If all the data was close, then what could be done in the game could be done in real life. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment and shook her head. It shouldn't be possible. How many people can play the game at one time? They are only competing with the same opponent. How many merchants are there in real life? However, through this game we can gather some ideas. Even if it can't be done in real life, we can change it and use it in real life. We have done a big thing. For example, if an official wants to build a water conservancy project, he will try his best to think about how to build the water conservancy project. He is only one person. Even if he includes the think tanks around him, there are only a few people who can do it. But from the game, those who can play the official game shouldn't be too bad. With so many people helping to think, including the mobilization of personnel, the collection of materials, the situation of the river, and so on, things that couldn't be done in the past can be done. Brainstorming can be beneficial. Who knows? Let's get it done first. How's Li Sun's side? It's best to pull more people in. If the business is too big, we can just take a part of it. It's enough for 2 Zhuangzi to arrange. The other positions can also be given away. In a while, I will write to Grandpa Bai and ask if he can contact other officials. With the support of the officials, it will be easy to do things in the future. Give them a part of the profits, and they can see how others deal with official matters. And what are we eating tonight? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't take everything into consideration, but he could pull others in to make this game. With benefits involved, there were many loopholes that had to be fixed if others found them. Now, what he had to do was to contact people in various places as soon as possible. He had to get them to help with the map and use the fastest speed to spread the game throughout the country to create a brand advantage. This matter is more urgent. Go and write it now. Huzi, you continue to lead people to practice. Remember to rest properly. Don't let anything happen. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran back, leaving 56 people to continue training. Half an hour later, a letter with several possibilities was sent to between the clouds and the water at the fastest speed. At this time, the old man had just finished writing the booklet. After sending it away, he sat there and made a pot of tea. While waiting for the tea to be drunk, he said to himself, "This is a mess. I don't know how many people put their eyes on the Zhang family. How should we divide the profits?" Li Sun had just returned to the Wang mansion. He told the King of Trials, Li Qingyi, who was sitting there drinking tea. After listening to his son, he spoke. "Schwerer, this business is too big. I can't handle it. Write a letter to your other uncles and discuss it with them before making a decision. In the end, it's good enough if you can get half of the profit. If the Zhang family can get half of the profits, you can get less." "Father, that's all you can get." Li Sun felt that it was too little. Not only for himself, but also for Zhang Jia Zhuangzi. Zhang Jia Zhuangzi was the one who thought of it and made it. There were also some subsequent adjustments. How could he just give it to others? After thinking for a while, he said, "Father, who are the profits given to? Who can be given to? Whoever has the ability to get involved will get some. Half of it is already a lot. How many officials of the prefectural roads? How many officials in the capital? How many princes and marquises? Those who have the ability to get in will get a little. Your brothers added together won't get as much as you." Li Qingyi had already thought of this when he heard his son say it. Li Sun had no other choice. At the same time, he thought it through. Yes, those prefectural roads are expected to help draw the map and make money from them. If we don't give them, won't they do it themselves? It's just that when they do it, they are always one step slower than the Zhang family. When the Zhang family adds a new one, they will follow suit and do a new one. But how do we calculate this? There are shops everywhere. We also have to give out a portion of the profits. Do we give them the money after they make it, or do we give them the money as we earn? You don't have to worry about this. The Zhang family naturally has a way. As for the ship, you can also build it. The first ship will be given to the Zhang family. Still, I have helped you get some. Stay there and see what they are going to do. Chapter 388. The weather gradually cooled down. In another month or so, the rice would be harvested, and the cotton would also be harvested. The cotton harvesting process was slower than the rice harvesting process. The two farmers from Zhuangzi who came in after the Zhang family were still busy. The trainees were sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After game, no one won. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not cheat. When they rolled the dice, the person in the middle was in charge. Zhang Xiaobao's side was more fun, but Wang Wan's side was boring. She didn't throw the dice to see who would make the first move, but to see the number of the dice. She would draw a random spot beside the dice to see the weather. In order to increase the entertainment value, Zhang Xiaobao added some random elements to the game. For example, when you play a dice game and enter the lucky house, the contestant would draw a piece of paper from it. The small piece of paper would be in the simulated house. When you pinched it out and took a look, you would find 5 copper coins. That would be 5 copper coins. This could be done properly. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that he would bully people too much, so he played with the unorthodox game first. After letting people know about the business world, he would play the proper game. While the two of them were killing people, the chess pieces were already being sold. Some people in the nearby prefectures and the imperial court began to contact Zhang Zhong. They did not care who came up with this game. As long as it was the Zhang family, they would contact Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was very busy. After receiving people's invitations, he had to think about who was behind each family, how much help they could provide, and how capable they were if they wanted to cause trouble. In the end, Zhang Zhong really could not figure it out. He found Bai Shu and Li Sun and made arrangements. When there were people he did not know, he would ask the two of them. Because this news had not spread to the distant prefectures, Zhang Zhong did not dare to promise how much effort each family put in and how much money they would get. He could only wait. He wrote down each name on a piece of paper, followed by each person's family or power. When the time came, the distribution would be based on strength and power. Zhang Xiaobao meant that no matter how it was distributed, the Zhang family should keep 10% in the end. He and Wang Wan were exhausted from the detailed rules of the game. There were also some people in the residence who helped to find loopholes. If they did not even get 10%, then others could think of their own ways. The Zhang family would not be involved. Of this 10%, Li Sun's 30% was privately given to him. Li Sun still had a little bit of money left on the total list, adding it up to 5%. On the surface, he did not ask for much. Furthermore, it was his family who took the lead. Even if others knew about the private deal between him and the Zhang family, they would not say anything. After the two Zhuangzi's trainees left, the rest of the people began to make figurines. Each figurine was engraved with a unique symbol. Ordinary figurines and goods were made of ordinary wood. Medium figurines and goods were made of high-quality wood. Better figurines and goods were made of gold and silver. When buying figurines or goods with gold and silver, a document would be given to prove where the figurine was bought. In the future, it would be taken out during the competition and recognized by the shop. Otherwise, you could make it yourself. During the quarterly competition, you would take it out. There was one less document, so keep it for yourself. This kind of work was not done by the Zhuangzi, but by the people in the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao also spent a lot of money to buy jadeite. He used the jadeite to carve 2 sets of figurines and goods. These were naturally prepared for someone. As long as someone casually mentioned that they were interested, he would give it to that person. If he accidentally broke it, he would have to compensate that person. Wang Wan expressed her understanding. In the past, during festivals, there were many people who sent gifts to her family. Many of them sent authentic Yuqian Longjing tea and top-notch Dahong Pao tea in ordinary boxes. The original Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people were not envious or jealous. They had their own business. When they saw the two Zhuangzi's people, they even gave them their blessings. In fact, the Zhuangzi's people did not earn much. They did not directly give the profits to them. The items they made were sold according to the price. The people who were sent to look after the shops were also paid according to the income. The original Zhuangzi's people earned more the more they sold. When they opened their own shops, each family had some money. They could still afford to open a small shop, but when they opened a few big shops together, the Zhang family only charged them a small amount of money and seasoning. When they left, they did not even charge them for seasoning anymore. They just charged them a small amount of money. They did not send people to check the account. They just reported how much they earned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that these Zhuangzi's people would definitely report their actual income. These Zhuangzi's people were already imprinted with the Zhang family's brand. Even if 1 or 2 of them made a false report, the Zhuangzi's people would also see it. They did not know how many chickens each family produced and how much they sold. If they moved out, they would be removed from the Zhang family from the day they moved out. The Wang family's people in Zhuangzi naturally could not follow them. The Wang family was waiting for Zhang Zhong to go to another place to be an official. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not be separated. At the same time, Wang Wan's mother and Zhang Xiaobao's mother had a good relationship. The elders of the two families often went outside to sit under a tree and chat. Under the invitation of the Zhang family, the Wang family planned to follow them. The people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi had things to do, but the Wang family's people in Zhuangzi were still waiting. They believed that the young lady would arrange something for them to do. In fact, the Gu family's people in Zhuangzi were the most upset. They did not know who spread the rumor that the head of the Zhang family would leave Zhuangzi and go to a faraway place after he finished dealing with Huayuan County. The Gu family's people in Zhuangzi did not believe it at first. However, when they saw that the Zhang family's people had started to open shops outside of Zhuangzi, the other two people in Zhuangzi also started new businesses. Those who were familiar with the Zhang family knew that the Zhang family was arranging something for the people in the village to live a good life. The Gu family's people could not help but look at the Wang family's people. If the Wang family was also arranged, then the head of the Zhang family would definitely leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan certainly could not take care of the Zhang family and leave the Wang family behind. Even if the Wang family's people were doing well now, they still had to find something to earn money for them. However, was it so easy to find a profitable business? Only Zhang Xiaobao could do this. If it were someone else, it would be strange if they did not go crazy. Wang Wan was silent as if she understood. Zhang Xiaobao was filled with endless sorrow, and Li Sun came over to deliver delicious food. Wang Wan finally stopped being silent. Xiaobao genius. It seems that the heavens were jealous of you when you got sick. Let's go and arrange it now. Young Master Li, please sit here for a while. We will come back in a while. Wang Wan left with these words and pulled Zhang Xiaobao away. Li Sun only heard the latter part of the conversation. At the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao's mouth moved, and so did Wang Wan's mouth. She only knew to ask him to wait for a while, and did not understand anything else. A fast boat went against the current. When it reached the small bridge, it shouted to the Wang family's people who came out for a stroll, "The master has ordered for the second steward to come over." The person looked and recognized that it was the Wang family's guard. He quickly ran to the Wang family's main courtyard. After a while, the second steward in charge of guarding here rushed over. The person took out a letter and handed it over. "The master has ordered for the second steward to be in charge of this matter. Don't worry, take the Gu family with you. Farewell." The second steward looked at the boat in the distance and was somewhat puzzled. He did not know what this meant. He glanced at the letter in his hand and estimated the distance. He directly crossed the bridge to between the clouds and the water, which was twice as close as the main courtyard. Next to him was the Wang family's villager who had just reported. In the past, how would the villager dare to do this? However, it was different now. The steward did not have much power. He only had power when he was working for the master. Even if there was no room in between the clouds and the water, there would be emergency rooms left. He directly led the Wang family's second steward to a room on the second floor with the best view. The villager hesitated for a moment. "Second steward, can I go in and take a look?" "Come in. It must be related to Zhuangzi. Wang Biao, you can also read?" The second steward paused for a moment and called the villager in. The villager happily walked into the room. "Second steward, who doesn't want to learn something now? Our Wang family can't be worse than others. Last time I saw that cripple Zhang family, you don't even know what he said to me. He said that a fair and graceful woman is easy to find. Bullying me because I don't understand. I was puzzled. His wife is at least 150 pounds. How can that be fair and graceful? I said that I should go and tell his wife. At that time, he treated me to a drink. Unfortunately, it was between the clouds and the water. He only charged us villager. I ordered 4 dishes and a pot of wine. He only spent 22 copper coins. Ha 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 ha." The second steward finally couldn't help but laugh. He patted the villager's shoulder. "Good, let's do that. We have good relations with the Zhang family, but we still have to fight for face. Come, look at the letters." While speaking, the second steward opened the envelope and took out 2 letters. One was thick and the other was thin. He opened the thin letter and looked at the villager. The villager carefully looked at the letter. "Second steward, there are too many words that I don't understand. You should read it." The second steward nodded. "I'll read it for you. Second steward, I am Cuckoo. I have something to tell you. Xiao Bao has arranged for the Zhang family's villager. As for the Wang family's villager, he has also thought of a way to arrange with the Gu family. We will turn the road between the clouds and the water into a food street. Our main business will be mutton steamed buns, buckwheat noodles, steamed buns, bubble oil cakes, gourd head steamed buns, donkey rigiamo, 100 dumplings, and guacue. In addition to the food that Xiao Bao and I usually make, we will give the Gu family 30% of the profits. The two families will run a food street together. The specific methods are in the letter. In addition, there are 4 medicinal cuisine recipes. Manage it well, and it won't be worse than the Zhang family's original villager. Remember, use enough ingredient. If there are any fakes, wait for me to find out. Second steward, I knew it. The main family won't leave us alone. It seems that the old master of the Zhang family is really going to leave. Second steward, what do you think will happen if the little lady finds out that you're faking it? The villager understood and said happily. The second steward glared at the villager. When did I say that I'm faking it? If I'm really faking it, you must be a traitor. Think of a way to tell the little lady. Second steward, I'm the traitor if I don't tell the little lady. The villager didn't care and said what he thought. Just now I was a bit depressed, so I left a review in the book review section. Some people might not see it, so I posted it here to let everyone know my thoughts. It's my first time on the new book list, so I'm very excited. My thoughts are very simple: to stay in the top 10. I also want to be in the top 6. Who doesn't like more money? But I know it's impossible. I'm a stable person, but there's a bit of passion in my heart. Just now, someone used the words "take off the shelves" to provoke me. My heartstrings trembled, so I wrote this review. What I want to say is, friends, go well. If you're satisfied with the next book, come again. I'll continue to write. I'll write how I should write. That's my style. Even if I still owe the monthly votes for chapters, I'll still shamelessly say that I'll continue to support those with monthly vote. Let me say one more thing. Actually, I don't know where everyone is from. Maybe we'll never meet in this lifetime. Maybe we'll meet, and even if we don't know each other, I know that you'll support me at the ends of the earth. The furthest you are my most recent love. Chapter 389. The second steward didn't want to compare himself with his wife. He put down the thin letter and picked up the thick ones. He read them one by one. They were all special snacks. At the very least, he wanted to eat them when he saw them, especially the soup dumplings. He had eaten them once, just once, personally made by his wife and the young master of the Zhang family. Now, the recipes were in front of him. These recipes, together with the previous ones, totaled more than 40 types. After dividing 30%, there would still be 28 types. What's more, there would be more recipes sent over in the future. He would display some other specialties. It was really a food street. Even if he didn't know how many people would come in the future, he still had to do it. Second steward, these are all food, right? Then hurry up and do it. Our wife doesn't usually come up with ideas, but the young master of the Zhang family is amazing. If he says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. How do we divide these? The farmer said anxiously. It's written on the last page. Let's divide the processes. Each family is only responsible for one. Those who don't get to sell some other snacks, such as popcorn and cold melon seeds. These seeds will be shipped to us. First, we need to build a simple house. There needs to be a place for the snacks. Those who don't have anything else to do can help in the shop. Those who like to wander around can take some snacks and take our boat to Luoshui County to sell them. Also, during winter, keep more ice from the river. It can be used next year. The second steward turned the paper to the last page and looked at the words on it. He explained to the farmer. The farmer was happy. Our wife and young master are so good to us. I'm willing to wander around. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to other places to sell. Good idea. In a few days, the rice will be harvested. If you go to sell, who will cut the rice? Do you know how much the rice costs? Look at this year's rice. The low-grade field has nearly 4 dan of rice, the mid-grade field has 5 dan, and the high-grade field has 6 dan. 1 mu, almost twice as much as before. It's also more than last year. The second steward pushed the 8 bowls in front of the manor owner and took a sip of wine as he spoke. The farmer looked at the second steward enviously. These 8 dishes and that pot of wine were free of charge. The first 3 stewards of the Zhang family and the Wang family were all like this. If the first steward, also known as the head steward, came over, as long as there was enough reason, the food they ordered would all be free of charge, no matter what they ordered. Fortunately, none of the stewards had the leisure to do this. Unless they really had something to do, they wouldn't come over and order something too expensive. The main house was already eating well. Looking at the 8 bowls, the farmer did not stand on ceremony. He poured himself a cup of wine and took 2 bites of the food. He said, "Second steward, what do you think is going on here? Last year's output was already frightening, but this year's output is even higher. What else could it be? The main family's methods are impressive. Of course, today's harvest will be higher than last year's. It's just like a newly opened wasteland. The first year's harvest won't be enough, but the second year's harvest will be impressive. The third year's harvest will be higher than the second year's, but it will be less in the future. It seems that the price of seeds today is even higher. What do you want?" The second steward only drank the wine and did not touch the dishes. "What do I want? I don't want anything else. The house has already been built. It has 2 floors. The food growing well is the main family's ability, not mine. Then I'll go out and sell in a few days. I'll harvest the food first. Actually, I want to go with the main family. I also want to, but can the main family take so many people with them? If so many people are taken away, what will happen to the 2 counties? Even if the yamen of the 2 counties won't say anything and will be under the control of the Zhang family, there will be too many people missing. The prefectural court will not be willing. Moreover, they will have to come back in the future. Without us, there will be no home." The second steward thought too much. He had already prepared himself for not seeing the main family for a few years. The farmer did not say anything this time, so he could only change the topic. "Second steward, when are you going to look for Guzhuang's people? Actually, I think we don't need to care about Guzhuang. It's not like there's only Zhuangzi. Besides, they also made a lot of money between the clouds and the water. Our main family also made a lot of money. Don't tell me you're just going to wait for benefits?" "No, I'm just saying. The main family has already given us a lot of benefits. How can we ask for more? What's the difference between that and a beggar? We have hands and feet and can work. We can't always rely on the main family. When I walk outside now, if people ask me and hear that I'm from the Wang family between the clouds and the water, it'll immediately be different." The farmer was more honest and said whatever he wanted to say. At the same time, he was a little narrow-minded and was not willing to share the benefits with others. For example, the Zhuangzi of the Gu family. The second steward could not have the same thoughts as the farmer. Since the young lady had ordered, he had to do it. He put the remaining half-pot of wine beside the farmer and said to him, "You eat slowly. I'll go to the Gu family first." "And okay. Second steward, take care." The farmer's mouth was stuffed with food. He responded and poured himself another cup of wine. His alcohol tolerance was poor, so his eyes were a little blurred. He muttered to himself, "If only the master of the Zhang family could be the prime minister. Then I can also say that I'm the prime minister's farmer and scare them to death." The second steward of the Wang family came out of between the clouds and the water and went straight to the main courtyard of the Gu family. Guingxi was also worried now. He had heard some rumors. After finding between the clouds and the water and asking, he got the general idea. He had earned some money with the Zhang family in the past 2 years, especially this year. The money he earned was more than what he had earned in the past 20 years. But he did not want the Zhang family and the Wang family to leave. It was not only a matter of money, but also a matter of power. With the 2 families, not to mention the Sanshui County, even the Zhejiang County would not be able to cause trouble. When the two families left, what would happen to the Gu family? Usually, the people who contacted the little prince were the Zhang family. He did not know if the little prince would be willing to contact the Gu family. Before he left, he should come back once. He could ask at that time. After all, they had been neighbors for many years. It was reasonable for him to send them off. Besides, Zhang Zhong was not a snobbish person. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with him when there was a scattered official. Village Chief Gu, what do you think of the rice? This year's rice seems to be good. The second steward of the Wang family came over and tried to find a topic to talk about. Yes, it is good. It is all thanks to the blessing of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Guangxi replied politely. He did not know that his family had really benefited from the Zhang family and the Wang family. His rice seedlings were taken from the Zhang family and the Wang family's fields. The Zhang family and the Wang family planted the rice seedlings earlier. When the time came, they did not want the seedlings that were too dense. When the seedlings were cultivated, they were different. After a few days of growing with the wheat-rice stone and good fertilizer, the seedlings were much stronger than last year's seedlings. The second steward of the Wang family also knew that he was being polite. He quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. Village Chief Gu, in fact, there is something we need to trouble Gu Zhuang with." The young lady sent a letter saying that she wants Wang Zhuang and Gu Zhuang to do a profitable business together. Does Village Chief Gu agree? Agree. Guangxi said without thinking. He then said, "It is all thanks to you." Haha, second steward Wang, come to the yard. Chapter 390. The autumn wind blew down the leaves and dyed the paddy golden yellow. Everyone who had planted the late rice was busy sharpening their knives, preparing for the joy of autumn. The old man was not idle either. He gathered a group of people to fish crabs from the ponds in the mountains. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said in their letters. They left a small portion for the old man and sent the rest to between the clouds and the water. The old man was also waiting. The 2,000 mu of land belonged to his family and was only used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Along with the letters there were also 8 crabs. The usage of each crabs was written in the letters, making the old man feel both curious and warm. The crabs and prawns were scooped up one by one. The servants of the Bai family cheered from time to time. The old man, along with his granddaughters Xian Er and Luer, stood to the side and watched. "Grandpa, do we eat the big crabs raw? I heard that they are better eaten raw." Xian Er licked her lips and asked. She had not eaten crabs that many times. Children were usually not allowed to eat things that could cause them to get sick. If they accidentally got sick, they might die. Only last year did she eat them a few times. They were the very small kind, skewered and fried. They made crunching sounds in her mouth, but there was no meat in them. The old man patted his granddaughter's head. "Logically speaking, we should eat them raw or drunk, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said in their letters that we can't eat them like that. If we want to eat them, send them to between the clouds and the water. They will cook them raw and drunk crabs. Otherwise, it is easy to get sick. Let's eat steamed crabs." Between the clouds and the water should cook steamed crabs. The food there is delicious. Xian Er now believed in between the clouds and the water the most when eating. She would not eat the food cooked by her own chef. Okay. Let's eat the food made by between the clouds and the water. Don't worry about getting a stomachache. Send the first batch of fish to the Yamen of Huiyuan County and send some to between the clouds and the water. Let them cook it first and eat it when they get back. The old man dotingly agreed. In fact, he was also eating at between the clouds and the water. There was a special recipe for him there. Seeing that nearly 500 caddies of food had been scooped out, he quickly sent someone to deliver it to the Zhang family and Wang family so that they could have a taste first. Later on, he would send more. According to the Zhang family's custom, if they had good food, they would share it with the villagers and the bailiff. In Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were also waiting for the shrimps and crabs to be sent over. They wanted to have a big meal to satisfy their cravings. The mountain road had been completed, but the other roads in Huayuan County still had to wait for a few months. There were too many people, but there were too many roads to be repaired. The Yaman's account had money. In the beginning, there were 80,000 strings of coins. In addition to the various taxes collected later on, Zhang Zhong was confident that he could repair the roads to any place that had houses. Except for the houses that lived alone on the mountain, he could repair all the road. Not only did he repair the houses in the county, but he also specially built a main road in the surrounding counties. He directly hired people from the counties and discussed with them. After the autumn harvest, Lin County would provide manpower, while Huayuan County would provide tools and materials for road repair. He would also build several main roads in the neighboring counties. The people in Lin County's Yamen were secretly delighted. While they agreed, they also said that Zhang Zhong was a fool. He spent so much money just for the convenience of transportation. He actually helped Lin County repair the roads and kept some for himself. No one said anything. He foolishly took out the money to help others. Of course, the people in the Yamen in Lin County were just jealous, especially the Yamen runners. While they said that Huayuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong was a fool, they envied the good life of the Yamen runners in Huayuan County. Each of them carried a knife on their waist, rode a horse, and wore clothes that fit them neatly. The Yamen in Huayuan County actually hired a lot of people to wash the Yamen runners' clothes every day. The Yamen runners in other counties only had one set of clothes, and they were washed by their own family members. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County had 7 to 8 sets, and they even had different seasons. When doing things in the county, the Yamen runners in other counties either bought food or bullied a small shop. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County not only immediately brought food, drinks, and medicine, but also a small card with a number written on it. As long as they ate in a certain shop in Huayuan County, they could pay with the small card. There was a fixed number. When the time came, these shops would take the small card to the Yamen to exchange for money or tax. In this way, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County could persevere no matter how hard the training was. In addition to the good food supply, they were all strong and healthy. If they were compared with others, the Yamen runners in other counties would not be able to raise their head. In the contradiction of taking advantage of the situation and scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, Zhang Zhong sent the booklet of the tax and rent that should be paid this year, which caused an uproar in the imperial court. The people in the imperial court knew that the original county magistrate had collected an extra year's rent. They thought that Zhang Zhong would write a booklet and say that it was reduced this year. Unexpectedly, it was 5 times the usual amount. This news quickly spread to the surrounding counties. The county magistrates in these counties were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Huayuan County had sent so much, what should they do? They still wanted to find an excuse to reduce the rent and keep more for themselves. Compared to Huayuan County, if they dared to do this, they could forget about continuing to be county magistrate next year. They were not capable enough. At this time, Zhang Zhong did another stupid thing. He negotiated with the surrounding counties to rent their land to grow vegetables in the winter. Some of the materials needed would also be sent from the Yamen. The Yamen would spend money to buy the materials first. When the time came, they would sell them to the Zhang family at a higher price. This was done under his own name. The county magistrates were happy. Zhang Zhong rented 1,000 mu of land at once. He only rented it for a few months and paid 50 copper coins per mu. If he wanted to grow vegetables on so much land, the materials would cost several thousand strings of coins. Even if the price was increased by 20%, he could still earn 1,000 strings of coins. This was 1,000 mu of land in a county. When the time came, he would need to hire the local people to help with the farming. In a few months, the hired people would earn more than a year of farming. While they were scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, The county magistrates were also relieved. They also wrote booklets and increased the amount of money that the county had to pay this year to the highest, which was twice as much as the previous years. They originally wanted to keep some for themselves, but after being forced by Zhang Zhong's booklet, none of the county magistrates dared to keep more. It was not worth it to keep less. As a result, all of them were tortured to the point that they almost went crazy. They scolded, hated, and liked Zhang Zhong. Not only that, Zhang Zhong also asked the Zhang family to open a game shop in a few counties. They also used the maps of those counties. Some of the work of making figurines was given to the poor people in those counties. They also ordered a large number of handicrafts in those counties. All of the poultry and livestock in those counties were bought and sold at very low prices. It was also because of this that the money earned by the surrounding counties was enough for them to double the amount of money that they had to pay this year. With the rent doubled, the people's lives were good enough. Someone secretly calculated for Zhang Zhong. The money that he had spent these few times added up to less than 40,000 strings of coins. That was 40,000 strings of coins. How much land and population could it buy? Just like that, it was used by Zhang Zhong to take care of the neighboring counties. Every day, things from other counties were transported in carts. Zhang Zhong arranged for people to build more than a dozen large warehouses and put things in different categories. The poultry and livestock were directly slaughtered and frozen. For a time, the restaurants in Huayuan County began to buy all kinds of blood tofu. The yamen runners also brought it home every day. There was also a road connecting Yaowang Mountain to Tonglin County. While Zhang Xiaobao and the other two were waiting for the crab and training people, a small team of 5 carts came from that side. Xiaobao, tell me, what is your family doing? This is the first time I have seen a charity like yours. So much money is given to others for free. Li Sun's eyes followed the movement of the 5 carts. He touched Zhang Xiaobao beside him and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe my father feels that he is leaving, so he wants to give more benefits to the people here. The lives of ordinary people are not easy, so he wants to help if he can. Li Sun thought for a while and felt that other than Zhang Xiaobao's reason, he could not think of any other reason. He glanced at the training people and said, I don't know when the crabs and shrimps will come. I have to use the crab 8 pieces you gave me well. It should be soon. Grandpa Bai will definitely send the crabs that he caught before here. Don't worry. I will make you a few more dishes. Zhang Xiaobao was also tempted by Li Sun's question. Li Sun stared at that side. When a team of carts appeared there, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao happily, They are coming. They are coming. That can't be? Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked. He felt that it did not look like the team that the old man asked people to send things. What can't it be? It's my gift to you. There are 20 carts. You can't usually see it here, so I asked people to send it here from other places. It should be 22 to 23 carts. But on the way here, the outermost carts can't be eaten and can only be thrown away. This thing is good. I am planning to plant it in other places so that there will be vegetables to eat in winter. Li Sun waved his hand in that direction. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were curious. The team gradually approached and stopped in front of them. The curtain was lifted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time, then they became happy. Li Sun walked over and took one. You haven't seen it before, right? White song is grown in Hebei province. It is not convenient to transport it here, so no one transported it. The production this year is large, so the management hopes to plant more in more places. In the past, there were also some in other places with different colors. I know you always want to get something that you have never seen before, so I sent it to you. The taste of white song is better than other cabbage. These are enough for your family to eat in winter. White song. Cabbage? No, why did it come out in this season? It should be a few days later. Zhang Xiaobao touched the cabbage with his hand. He didn't expect to be able to eat cabbage. This thing has a large production and can be preserved for a long time. So this is it? Yilu Wangjian is preparing food. It's just cabbage, but it's called white song? No wonder we couldn't find it. Now it's good. We can make pig dishes. Wang Wan also reacted. She looked up a lot of things and wanted to find all kinds of useful and familiar things to use. But she didn't expect that the ingredients for the pickled cabbage that she always wanted to eat in winter were right next to her. Yes, this is it? Do you know how to eat it? It can be fried or stewed with tofu. Li Sun nodded and said, Of course it's in this season. Otherwise, when are we waiting? You are a prodigal. You can plant some other vegetables first, then this. This thing is cold resistant. You wasted the opportunity to plant other things. Do you have seeds? Get me more. Also, get all the new things that have appeared elsewhere. Things like stir-fried tofu and stewed tofu. I will tell you how to eat them. Chapter 391. With the arrival of the cabbage, the 65 people no longer needed to continue training. They were called back to the yamen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. On the way back, Wang Wan asked people to quickly go back and prepare a large vat. A water vat would do. Also, prepare stones 2 sizes smaller than the mouth of the water vat, a millstone, and a large amount of salt, not the thin and white kind. Li Sun didn't know why Wang Wan was giving orders. When they arrived at the yamen, the crabs and prawns sent by the old man had also arrived. Just in time to use prawns to stir-fry cabbage. The staple food is cabbage dumplings, and the soup is dried tofu cabbage shredded soup. Make sweet and sour cabbage, steamed crab meat cabbage buns, soak sea cucumber, and make vinegar cabbage head. It can also be used as a cold dish, Wang Wan muttered as she walked into the yamen. She liked to eat cabbage the most. There were various cooking methods. As long as there were enough ingredients, she could make dozens of dishes in one go. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think so much. He was satisfied as long as there was pickled cabbage, especially the pickled cabbage that was stewed with meat. It was not greasy and tasty, or he could eat it raw. He had always eaten cabbage as a fruit. At this time, he was holding a cabbage core in his hand. It was crispy and sweet, and it reminded him a little of the past. Li Sun was also hungry. Zhang Xiaobao was eating too happily. He watched Zhang Xiaobao eat the cabbage core and didn't throw away the remaining one. He asked, Have you seen Bai Song? This one can't be eaten. No, who said this one can't be eaten? It can be made into pickles, just like the melon slices. I'll tell you how to make it later. These methods are not important, just think about it. What's important is the vat. As long as it's done, this dish can be kept until summer. Even if the taste changes, it's better than nothing. Zhang Xiaobao was already preparing to take the cabbage seeds to the south. Other than the cabbage, there were also small cabbages. It was good to make soup, and it could also be eaten with sauce. Li Sun paid attention to this matter. If it could be put in the summer, that meant that people could eat dishes on a normal day. Even if it was a time of shortage, he decided to take a good look at how it was done. When he entered the yamen, everything was already prepared. In fact, it was very simple. He brushed the water tank clean, put the salt in the cabbage, and put them into the tank one by one. Then, he put a millstone on top of the cabbage. After a few days, he added a few more cabbages in. When it was about time, he changed the water and the pickled cabbage would be ready. Li Sun memorized the entire procedure and asked Wang Wan, who had stopped commanding, That's it? It's not over yet. After a few more days, we'll see if there are any bubbles in the water. You want to change the water? I know. I thought it was a big deal. Others have already done it. When it was done, it tasted sour in my mouth. Li Sun said proudly to Wang Wan. He finally had something he knew. Wang Wan didn't expect that someone had already done it. Since Li Sun said it, she didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't say anything. At least there were many different ways to eat it. For example, he wouldn't tell him about the pickled cabbage hot pot. After a while, crabs, shrimps, and the newly brought cabbage were made into a table full of dishes. The two families and Li Sun sat around and started eating. When they were almost done eating, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, "Do you have any idle people? Lend me some for work." "When do you need them?" "When you receive the rice, you can have some. The Li family has people in Zhuangzi." Li Sun replied. "Then it's too late. I need it now. Pluck the cotton, which is the white fold cotton. After it blossoms, it will grow fluffy. Get someone to pluck it. I have use for it. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits." Li Sun remembered that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had bought a lot of baidizi in the capital and planted them in old Shangshu's nephew's field. There were about 8,000 of them. Originally, there were 10,000 of them, but some died later. "Xiaobao, what are you going to do with them? If there's no other way, you can get the prefectural soldiers to pick them. There aren't many, less than 9,000. There are about 8,000 or 700. They'll be gone in a while." Li Sun felt that there weren't enough baidizi in that field. "Then forget it. I'll find someone to pick them myself. It'll take 2 to 3 months. When the cotton blossoms, I'll go and pick them. I don't know how much they'll be able to pick. Let's see how much they'll produce first." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly had his own thoughts. He thought about the 10 mu of cotton and didn't need too many people. 3 people to 1 mu. They could slowly pick them. After the meal, Li Sun returned to the courtyard he bought. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat together to discuss. "Xiaobao, did you buy too little? There are more than 8,000 of them left. How much cotton can there be? How can there be 8,000 caddies?" Wang Wan felt that it was a little too little. Xiaobao shook his head vigorously and said, "1,000 caddies? Let's plant 700 plants in 1 mu of land. If we plant 8,000 caddies, then 1 mu of land will yield 700 caddies. Here, 1 caddy is 640 grams. Then, 1 mu of land will yield 900 caddies. The best cotton seeds we had back then were 1,600 caddies per mu. 100 years ago, it was 300 to 400 caddies per mu. That was already pretty good. How much do you think we can get here? How can we get so much? It doesn't seem like much. At that time, we were specifically thinking about how to plant them. The seeds were also improved countless times. With all kinds of supplementary fertilizers and pesticides, we should be able to get 50 caddies per mu, right? 12 mu is 600 caddies. Wang Wan immediately weighed down the weight. Zhang Xiaobao continued to shake his head. "I estimate that we'll get 40 caddies per mu. That's a success. In total, it'll be 500 caddies. If we synthesize it, it'll be more than 780 caddies. Let's make do with it. Let's see if we can get 800 caddies. It'll be enough to make some quilts." Wang Wan sighed and suddenly thought of something. "I estimate that we can only get 750 caddies, or even less. We still have to remove the seeds. After that, it'll be even less." "That's right. We still have to make tools for removing the seeds and a flower tying machine. Tomorrow, we'll get someone to keep an eye on 1 mu. I estimate that it'll take 2 people a day to harvest 1 mu. It's still because we don't have enough cotton balls. It seems that we have to think of ways to cultivate in the future. We can't just look at the flowers. What we need is cotton. We'll make a flower tying machine in the evening." Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this matter. He was getting more and more uncertain. They had occupied 12 mu of land, but they only got 600 to 700 caddies of cotton. How much would they need to sell it to be comparable to farming? There was no other way. The cotton plants were too tall, and the space between them couldn't be small. Later on, they cultivated short plants. They were densely planted, with many branches and many fruit. A single cotton flower could reach 7 caddies. This was just an ornamental thing. Who would specially think of cultivating it? They could only cultivate it themselves. There should be such people in the Sinong temple. They should think of a way to find them. If that didn't work, they could also get some information. The two of them discussed and came out to find someone to make a flower tying machine. This thing was simple. They just had to find a way to let the cotton wool pass through while leaving the seed. It was the most primitive kind. There were two sticks, one big and one small. The gap in the middle was adjusted according to the size of the cotton seed. If they made a slight improvement, they would step on it. When one side stepped on it, the other side would move. They just had to remove a few gears from the fan and adjust it. This is a great invention. In the future, people will remember our name. It'll be called the Bao Wan flower tying machine. Oh, it needs to be engraved with the name of the craftsman or the unique mark of the craftsman. Zhang Xiaobao stepped on it a few times and said proudly to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Xiaobao, you're really a good person. You know to share some of the glory with the craftsman. Of course, if one of them breaks while using it, it's obvious that the quality is not good. I have to find the craftsman. If I don't leave my mark, how will I know who made it? Zhang Xiaobao finally told the truth. I take back what I said just now. It's really not bad. Wang Wan didn't care about the flower tying machine anymore. She turned around and left after saying that. Early in the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun set off for the cotton field with about 10 maids and 20 male servants from the inner courtyard. At noon, the old man's nephew was already waiting at the dock. When he saw them coming, he arranged a meal first. After a quick meal, they came to the cotton field. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that with more than 8,000 cotton plants, they could take up 12 mu if they planted them according to the length of 1 meter. In the end, they took up 11 mu. But wasn't this mu too small? The cotton plants were close to each other. The sunlight was always blocked, so the cotton did not only grow on the top, but also on the lower branches. Taking a closer look, as expected, there were not many cotton plants that had grown on the lower branches. Picking means plucking them. First, put them in your pocket. If there are too many, put them in the sack. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand, and more than 30 people rushed over. They had never done this kind of work before, so they were really unfamiliar with it. With one hand in their lapels, they used the other hand to search for the cotton stalks, picking whatever they saw. Young Master Li, this year's production is a little low. I can only give you 5 sets. A set with pillow covers, mattresses, and quilts will cost about 5 caddies. No, it's more than 8 caddies. There are only 5 sets. When you go back home, you can give them to whoever you like. Zhang Xiaobao calculated the production even lower. In the end, they could get about 600 caddies of cotton. If they only made the quilts, they could make about 130 to 140 set. If they made a full set, they could only make about 70 to 80 set. They still had to cut some materials. Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. He didn't think much about it and nodded. He didn't care what Zhang Xiaobao gave him in the end. He would just take it. Wang Wan was also worried. I still have to make clothes. Give me 3 set. That's fine. Young Master Li, I said I would give you 3 sets. I'll give you something else. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was right. He still had to make clothes and shoes. He couldn't make all of them into a quilt. He then discussed with Li Sun. Any amount is fine. Li Sun didn't have many requirements. To be precise, he didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao gave him. It was just a quilt. How bad could it be? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Li Sun's answer and sighed in relief at the same time. Then, they looked at the people picking cotton. Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but be surprised. Other people would pick the cotton with one hand and pick with the other. But there was someone in front of them who fastened her clothes and picked with both hands. Her speed was much faster than before. Wait for her to come back later. Ask her how she thought of doing this. When the time comes, we can teach it to others and use it next year. Wang Wan looked over and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also had the same idea. He agreed and continued to wait. There were a lot of people. They stared at 1 mu of land and used 2 hours to finish harvesting. The amount was definitely not the output of 1 mu of land. If there was still cotton, they would have to wait for a month, 2 months, or even 3 months. That was the characteristic of cotton, unless it was specially cultivated for a different purpose. Seeing that they couldn't estimate the amount, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to bring over the flour tying machine and let someone put the cotton in. After a few adjustments, he found that it was easy to use. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. This way, it could be used in the future. The people of the Zhang family were already used to the things that the young master could do. Li Sun watched from the side and didn't know what was going on. One could see when the white folded cotton bloomed and when the white folded cotton appeared. Why did he put it in a box and squeeze it? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't explain to Li Sun. He would talk about it when there was the real thing. It was useless to talk about it now. Wang Wan called over the servant girl who worked the fastest. Looking at the symbol, it was 3 stars. After looking at it carefully, she recognized it. Xiao Su, why did you think of that idea just now? Later, tell the others that if you teach them, you will get 1 more star. Thank you, young lady. I just felt that I could do it faster. Just a glance is enough. Where is the lump? Reach out and pick it. Xiao Su didn't expect that picking a white folded cotton would give her 1 star. She was already 4 stars. If she worked harder, she would get 5 stars. Well, not bad. Continue to work. After you've finished harvesting these few acres of land, come find us at the dock. Wang Wan instructed. Then, together with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun, she headed towards the dock. She really didn't want to wait here. The others had started first. This was a skilled job. It was slow at the beginning, but it was faster as they gradually got used to it. She estimated that they could finish harvesting those several mu of land before dark. Mr. Li, did you go to the supermarket in Sanshui County this time? Zhang Xiaobao thought of the supermarket on his way back. He couldn't leave behind a mess. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao mention the supermarket, he said happily, I went to take a look. Many people pass by on the boat. When they see the supermarket, they will deliberately stop and walk around. They want to see the novelty. In the end, most of the people who walk in will buy some things. Some people even buy more and more things. They want to buy whatever they see. When they are waiting for the bill, they realize that they don't have enough money. There are also people who specially ask for pocket. Ever since the pockets started to receive money, those who come to buy daily necessities will carry their own baskets or bags. There are almost no people who steal things. A bailiff is arranged at the door. They are all afraid of seeing the official. It will be fine once you get used to it. After a few years, the locals won't have that kind of novelty. It will become a normal thing to come and buy things. Other places will also open up one after another. Those who haven't built their houses will urge them. When they open one, they will start to earn money. If you want to expand quickly, you can pawn the houses of the supermarkets that have been built. It is like a mortgage, but we still need to use it. If we can't pay back the money, the houses will belong to the pawnshop. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun was interested, he began to tell him how to use this method. Li Sun didn't have the slightest idea of doing this. We definitely can't pawn the houses. The interest is too much. It's not worth it. It's better to cooperate with others. If it really doesn't work, I will pull more people in. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun didn't agree, he didn't continue to persuade him. In fact, there were other methods, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to take them out now. Li Sun had learned a lot, even if he didn't know it himself. When the rice was harvested and piled up, the weather was getting colder. In another 2 months it would be the Chinese New Year. The cotton was almost finished. The remaining was not worth waiting for. It was unknown whether the land was suitable for cotton to grow, or the person who bought it in Beijing chose a good one. Even if there was some left, there was still more than 600 caddies left after the seeds were removed. The output of 11 mu of land was not comparable to the output of 1 mu of land Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's. This place originally had a kind of cotton which was basically similar to cotton. It was just that when it was used, it felt a little worse, and it was a little worse in terms of insulation. The spinning, weaving, printing and dyeing matters were done according to the cotton. The craftsmen of the Inner Yard Society were gathered together and began to work on the cotton. Wang Wan contributed a little and lengthened the bow used to shoot the cotton. It was also more capricious. She added a small wooden hammer so that her hands would not be injured by touching the bowstring directly. Then came the spinning and weaving. Because of the loom, the woven cloth did not meet the requirements of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but it was still better than linen. When the first set of bedding and pillow covers were made, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan packed the pillow covers with chaff. Each of them held a big bundle and sent it to Wang Wan's grandfather. Wang Wan's grandfather's health was a little worse. He had rheumatoid arthritis. He usually paid attention to it and adjusted it through food therapy. However, when it was cloudy and rainy, he still felt uncomfortable. In winter, using a quilt could relieve some of the pain. There were also cotton shoes and cotton trousers. These things combined could make Wang Wan's grandfather feel better. Wang Wan's grandfather was the first to receive the quilt. Knowing that it was the work of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law, the old man was happy all day. The other people in the family also began to have their own quilt. When they were almost done, the remaining cotton was placed there to be used for cloth, thread, or stuffing. Continue to purify the alcohol and make alcohol cotton. Wang Wan looked at the remaining cotton. There was something new. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disgusted with the alcohol cotton. If it was cut, he would rather use yellow iodine water than alcohol. When this thing was rubbed against open wounds, it was easy to get pus under the scab. Wang Wan also knew this, but she still prepared to make some. Xiaobao, it's better than not having any disinfection method, right? There is another thing that is good for disinfection, and that is indigo. This can play a role in sterilizing and killing insects. Next time, let's see if it can be used as a pesticide by mixing it with water. Then let's make some. Even if we don't use alcohol, steamed cotton and gauze can also play a good role in treating wounds. First, send the 3 quilts and 1 zhang of cloth to Li Sun. Fortunately, he agreed to buy 3 sets. How much do you think this set can be sold for? Zhang Xiaobao bought a quilt that weighed 5 caddies and went outside first. He put it on a small cart and the 2 of them pushed it to Li Sun. Wang Wan was also busy. The 2 of them pushed the cart to Li Sun. When they found Li Sun, he was facing a tree that had lost many leaves and playing the autumn cicada that Wang Wan taught him. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the cart and shouted to Li Sun behind the quilt that was taller than him, "You don't need thin clothes to survive the cold winter. We will send you something to survive the winter." Li Sun turned around and was startled. He went around and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed to the quilt that looked not so good and said, "This is what you want to send me? I have good quilts, but not this one." "Your quilt is good. It's satin. You can put another quilt on the outside. And this 1 zhang of cloth, take it and see what it can do." Zhang Xiaobao stood up and patted the quilt with his hand. Li Sun came over and pinched it curiously. Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Hey? Why is it different from the one I used before? Is it not cotton inside? There is white fold seed inside. Take one down and hold it in your arms." Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the quilt on the top and asked Li Sun to hold it. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Sun reached out and took the top one down and held it in his arms. After holding it for a while, he said, "Well, it's warm and so soft. Is this white fold seed? Is the cloth also made of white fold seed? Does it mean that we can plant a lot of white fold seed in the future and make it into cloth? This cloth is much better than linen. People who can't afford to sell silk use this thing, and it's so warm. Can this thing also be used to make clothes? When it's cold, people who can't afford to wear leather clothes wear this. It's 100 times better than wearing 2 layers of linen. No, I have to tell my father about this." Bring a few more sets. I'll show them. No, there are only 3 sets. You promised that I would give you 5 sets, but you didn't care. Give 1 set to the prince, keep 1 set to yourself, and give the other set to whoever you want. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately mentioned what happened a few days ago. Li Sun was stunned with the quilt in his arms. He blinked his eyes and said with annoyance, "Why didn't I ask for more that day? How can the things sent by the Zhang family be bad? It's my fault, it's my fault. Xiaobao, let's talk about it. You must have more, right? There are so many white fold seed, it's impossible to make only 3 set. Besides your family, you have a lot left. I'll buy it, okay? 3 strings of coins for 1 set, the quilt and the pillow skin, I want as many as you have. I'm not selling, no matter how much it costs. In fact, you can find it in other places. Go to the flower markets and see if there are any white fold seed. Ask them if they threw away the ones that fell. If they didn't, buy them back. 1 copper coin for 1 caddy, there should be many people willing to sell it." Zhang Xiaobao kept the cotton for emergencies, so he couldn't sell it to Li Sun. He suddenly remembered that the white fold seed was flowers, and the flower sellers always had a way to get them. It was much more convenient for Li Sun to find them. "Okay, I'll have someone look for it. When the time comes, I'll leave it to you to help make things. I really need to go home. Why do you always make new things and make me go back and forth?" As Li Sun spoke, he began to call for people. First, he brought the things on the small cart into the house. Then, he sent people to quickly go to the capital and other state capitals to see if he could collect more money. Soon after, he also had to set off. "Wait a minute. Help me bring 10 sets to Grandpa by. We are using his nephew's land. No matter what, we have to give him some benefits." Zhang Xiaobao called Li Sun. Chapter 393. When Li Sun arrived at Between the Clouds and the Water, the old man was already waiting for him. Without waiting for Li Sun to speak, the old man asked first, "What good things did you bring back this time?" "White fold seed, a cloth woven with white fold seed and stuffed inside to make a bedding. It's warmer than cotton wool, softer than the fur we stuffed inside, and more comfortable than linen. It's what we used to raise as flowers." Li Sun was a little excited as he spoke. The main reason was that when he came over, the weather was a little cold, so he spread the bedding in the carriage and covered himself with it. That feeling was very comfortable. The old man Weiwei was stunned. "White fold seed. This can be woven into cloth? Can it be stuffed inside like cotton wool? But white fold seed has seeds in it, so it's not easy to get them. We can choose to plant them in newly opened land. Every small bud has seeds in it. Just picking the seeds will take a lot of manpower. It's not worth it. If we really plant them, it will be a waste of manpower and money." Li Sun suddenly thought of this. There were seeds in it. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo tried to step on that thing, how did they get the seeds? They stepped on it and the seeds came out. Turned out that the key was that thing. Thinking of this, Li Sun immediately said, "The Zhang family made a thing that can be rotated. Put the white fold seed in it, and there will be no seeds after it is rotated. Should we plant it or not? If we plant it, we will occupy the land. If we don't plant it, it will be a pity. Plant it. When the time comes, even if the ordinary people can't use it, the price of the silk will drop after the rich people use it. And this matter needs to be reported. Choose a place to try planting it for a year, and encourage the opening up of land." The old man had more things to think about. The white dye seed had just come out, and everyone would find it fresh when they came into contact with it for the first time. The price would not be low. It would take at least a few years before ordinary people could use it, unless they found a suitable place to plant a large amount of white dye seed. Li Sun did not care so much. He wanted to go home quickly and give the things to his family. When he came out, other than the old man's 10 sets, he asked for 2 more sets. Of the 5 sets, he kept 1 set for himself and divided the rest. Someone was helping to collect them. After collecting £5, he could make 1 set. The worthless piece of white paper had now become a treasure. A treasure? That's right. Xiao Bao even asked me to help him collect more by daisy seed. Is he thinking of? His family is thinking of going to the south and finding a suitable place to plant them in large quantities. This is the Zhang family's way of preparing for a rainy day. They haven't even gone there yet, but they've already thought of a way to improve the lives of the local people. They'll let the people plant these things, and they'll buy them at a high price. When the quilts are made, they'll sell them, and no one will lose money. If he could learn this skill from time to time? It's a pity that I can't go with them. Young master, don't you want to go and take a look? No matter where the Zhang family goes, there will be miracles. It's good to take a look. The old man understood the Zhang family's plan after Li Sun mentioned it. Li Sun was a little helpless. I want to go with them, but it seems impossible. Old minister, the Zhang family has been spending money recently. They gave flowers to the neighboring counties around Huayuan County. I don't know what Zhang Zhong is thinking. Previously, he spent 40,000 strings of coins. These days, he should have spent another 20,000 strings of coins. I said that we should open a few more supermarket. They don't have money. They don't want to do this for money. Spending money for the neighboring counties? They've never told me about this. My nephew once mentioned that they should repair the roads in the surrounding counties. This will make it easier to transport things in Huayuan County. The 5 counties around Huayuan County are Meiyuan, Sanyuan, Chunhua, Yunyang, Fuping, and there's Sanshui County here. This road is connected. Tell me what they've done. The old man thought for a while, but he couldn't think of anything in the end. Normally, it would be abnormal if it was too normal. The Zhang family's actions were watertight. They couldn't have spent 60,000 strings of coins for nothing. Li Sun told the old man everything he knew, one by one. He bought handicrafts, opened up a shop for the game, bought the poultry and livestock raised by the people, and sold them back to the little ones at a very low price. He also helped to build roads, rent land, hire people, and so on. So, the other counties are doing well now? Zhang Zhong is wholeheartedly serving the people. Not only is he helping the people in Huayuan County, but he also can't bear to see the people around him leading a bad life. The old man thought about it and said, "That's right." Zhang Zhong submitted the memorial first. Huayuan County will pay 5 times the usual tax this year, and the surrounding counties will also have to submit the same memorial. In the end, all the taxes doubled. Luckily, the Zhang family spent 60,000 strings of coins. Otherwise, the surrounding county magistrates would be worried to death. Li Sun now understood a little about this. The Zhang family's money had stimulated the surrounding economy. It was direct investment, and it was the kind of investment that was purely based on consumption. Although it wasn't as good as infrastructure investment, this method was more effective. Otherwise, the surrounding counties wouldn't be able to collect so many things in such a short time. At this time, the old man laughed. The people in the surrounding counties should hate Zhang Zhong, but they can't bear to part with him, right? But what's the use of Zhang Zhong's move? Could it be that he doesn't want to leave and wants to stay in Huayuan County? He can't bear to leave the county that he built? Well, this is possible. When the time comes, even if others want to let him go, the people in Huayuan County and the surrounding counties will jointly petition to let him stay. The higher-ups have to consider it. But for this kind of thing they should discuss it with me. Later, I will write a letter to ask. You take the quilt and go back first. Li Sun also had the same idea. It was useless to stay here any longer. He took his own things, left the old man's things behind, and left by boat. After he left, the old man thought for a while. No, that's not right. If the Zhang family wants to stay, why do they need so many white fold seeds? There's no need to let Li Sun build the boat. I don't know if I can write a letter to ask if the Zhang family can tell me. In the yamen of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong took out more than 1,000 strings of coins. This was the money of the Zhang family in exchange for a large number of tan furs from 2 counties. He asked someone to send them to the warehouse. He couldn't sit still. He didn't want to spend 60,000 strings of coins elsewhere. He spent all of it in the surrounding counties. What was his son's plan? Zhang Zhong thought about it and decided to ask his son about it. He lifted his leg and walked to the back. When he found his son and daughter-in-law, the two of them were picking up fallen leaves. They were using the leaf stalks to compete with each other to see who could break the leaf stalk of the other. "Father, you're here. Aren't you busy ahead?" Zhang Xiaobao saw his father coming over and greeted him with a smile. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and daughter-in-law. He also picked up a leaf and walked to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Let's compete with father." The two of them exerted force. Zhang Xiaobao, who had won 4 consecutive battles, was suddenly broken. He praised, "Father, you're still the best. What's so good about me? I can't guess why you keep sending money out. What's your plan? Tell me." Zhang Zhong threw away the leaf in his hand and asked, "Father, how can it be sending money? Didn't we buy things back? If the road is not repaired, buying things will delay things. Those things, when you take office, we'll take them and transport them to other places to sell. We'll sell them as we go. If there's the same thing, we'll buy it. If there's no more, we'll sell it. When we get there, we can at least earn twice the money. It's only 20,000 strings of coins to repair roads and rent land for others. There's also the money to buy all kinds of materials. 5,000 strings of coins. If we sell the goods, we'll get 70,000 strings of coins. Isn't that a profit of 10,000 strings of coins? In addition to the vegetables in the winter, even if we earn less, we'll still get a few thousand strings of coins. Other places can learn to grow crops, but they don't have the experience we have. They're definitely still figuring it out. Our vegetables can be sold to the capital. It's impossible for the capital to grow crops like us, right? There are many people there. Many people don't rely on farming for a living and don't have land. I estimate that this winter we can earn 10,000 strings of coins from our vegetables. This is the law of business. It's difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's also difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's too easy to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. I can earn 10 times or 20 times, but it's impossible to earn 10,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins. It's easier to earn 3,000 or 4,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins than to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained to his father. Zhang Zhong felt that it made sense. "So, we'll continue to spend money in the future?" "Of course. Before you leave, it's best if we can spend 100,000 strings of coins. Our rice can be used to make seeds. When the people in the surrounding counties and Huayuan County have money, they will naturally buy our seeds. We can't sell them like last year. How much would it be if we sold them for 20 copper coins per kilogram of seeds?" Zhang Xiaobao continued to calculate. Zhang Zhong did a rough calculation of his family's land. If they could really sell it for this price, 3 zhuangzi, nearly 20,000 mu of land. The output of the last 2 zhuangzi was not as much as the original, but it was not little either. On average, the output of the upper and lower fields should be 3 dawn per mu. 20,000 mu of land would be 60,000 dawn. A stone would be 100 caddies. That would be 2 strings of coins. 60,000 dawn would be 120,000 strings of coins? So much? Zhang Xiaobao knew what his father was thinking when he saw his father's expression. "Father, it's not that much. How can 120,000 strings of coins be enough? The lower and middle fields can't be used as seeds. The last 2 zhuangzi and upper fields can only be used as seeds. If the upper fields can be used as seeds, it can only be sold for 10 copper coins per kilogram. We have to negotiate with the buyer. Including the money from selling the seeds and the food, it's not bad if we can get 40,000 strings of coins. Did you calculate that it's 20,000 mu of land? How can there be so much? There are mountains and hills. From one end of the hills to the other, it's 3 li to walk. It's more than 1,000 mu of land. Zhang Zhong finally reacted. It was not as much as he imagined. He would know how much it was when the output report came in 2 days. The output was calculated according to the upper, middle and lower fields. After all, only the upper fields could be used as seed. Then do as my son said. Continue to buy. Sell the seeds to them while you buy. Keep enough for Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Sanshui County will still be producing middle and middle fields next year. This year, someone said that Sanshui County's grain output is not as usual. It's 20% more than usual. It's not a small amount, especially for those who rent the land to plant. After paying the rent, the remaining 50% is more than 50%. Father, then you can continue to spend money. I will look for you when the rent tax is sent to Beijing before the new year. Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. After Zhang Zhong left, the two of them continued to play. Li Sun went through a lot of hardships and finally collected more than 300 jin of white fold seed. It was not because the white fold seed was not enough. It was because many cotton balls had been blown away by the wind when he collected them. If he had collected them outside when the Zhang family was harvesting, he could have collected more than 10 times. After removing the impurities and removing the seeds, there were about 290 jin left. Zhang Xiaobao kept 90 jin as processing fee and made 30 sets of bedding for Li Sun. Li Sun scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being black-hearted, but he had to accept this. After all, it took a lot of manpower to pluck and spin. The most important thing was that thing that could remove the seeds. It was too tiring to take them out one by one. Xiaobao, can you tell me how to make that thing that can remove the seeds? I will plant it next year. Li Sun asked a little embarrassedly. He also knew how precious this thing was. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to agree very quickly. Okay, I will give you one. You will know what it is after you let someone dismantle it. If others ask you for it, you can tell them. If they ask me for it, I will keep it a secret and let them look for you. Really? Your family doesn't want to get more benefits from this thing? Li Sun asked in disbelief. My family wants to live more. Don't tell anyone about this first. After my family plants it over there next year, you also plant it here. When the white fold seed is produced and sold for money, then people will look for you. My family will be satisfied with 1 more year's worth of money. Zhang Xiaobao still knew what things should be kept for his family and what things should be given away. Not to mention now, even in the past, how many rich people were punished for not obeying orders. Wasn't it easy to find some punishment? Li Sun happily agreed and brought back a flower-making machine for people to study. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt a little dispirited, but when he thought of the matter in the next few days, he suddenly became happy. There was still a month before the new year. Some places started to pay rent to the capital. Some places only started next year. Huayuan County was close, so they started to pay rent this year. There were also other counties that started to pay rent at the same time. Zhang Zhong originally arranged for someone else to go over, but Zhang Xiaobao found his father at this time. Father, there is something I need to tell you. This time, you have to personally escort the things over. It is best to go with the surrounding counties and talk to their county magistrates and secretaries. It's like this, Zhang Xiaobao said as he put his hands in front of him. A lot of words were written on a piece of paper.